of y'all misfits to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Do atheists believe that we come from nothing? That's right. We are responding to a claim from Brett Keane, among other things, that atheists believe that we come from nothing. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time from That
Amy,
is right.
Are we sure we're going to go through with this?
I feel like both of us are going to have to come out of the closet to, along with Tom Cruise. Sending love. We're probably going to have to go right there, and our bodies are ready because we are dealing with the strawmans of the strawmen. I love you, Brett. But the response video that we will be going over tonight, I struggle to find one of our actual views represented properly.
A coherent thought.
And yes, I love this. He released a new video
to pick up subscribers, Calasia. I mean, hey.
if he started crossing. Well, he has started his new video. He just released a response to, I think, something we were talking about in an earlier video, and he now refers to me as a man who identifies as a woman. And so I guess I should now refer to Brett Keane as the current or former, probably former, cross-dresser. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Lacey said you would probably watch more. Human. I just want to keep on pointing out, because James is a straight white heterosexual male, can just keep on backing me up. I even said it to James recently, and I think even when I said it, I was like, damn. I said something to James like, we're like a week away, from like giving his I'm coming out as transgender video, right? And I think even pretty both of us were like, that's going a little bit too far, right? It wouldn't be that fast. That's a little bit almost exactly what happened. And I get you, just being a cross-dresser actually does not mean that you are transgender. But it does put you in like a very weird boat to then certainly start making anti-transgender videos continually over and over and over. That isn't the topic of tonight's subject. We are doing, do atheists believe we come from nothing? Along with, we're going to be doing some evolution talk, just because he doesn't seem to understand our I would say our steel man of our version of evolution or Big Bang cosmology. However, that's not really our position. This is science's position. Like, this is the current theory, which a theory is a framework of facts. And so because this is what the facts support, that's what we support.
No. Archangelo's in a stream with Ember. That's what
sending love to Orange Jello.
Morena said. Yeah.
He's been on here before. He used to get in fights with our mods, and yet there are so many more spicier. Well, I guess not. I remember what he did to upset the mods. What was it? Thing? But we love our young Earth, our Shroud of Terran friends out there. Aren't we all self-loathing? That's right. We are also, that's all I get told. I am a self-loathing Jew. I'm like, I love my parents. Surely we can relate to self-loathing, sexually confused cross-dressers. But this is what I tell James. And as you please, I hope you all see, like, through, I guess it's anecdotal, because it would have to be reviewed by peers. But just every anti-LGBTQ person that I have encountered has either been deeply religious, deeply in the closet, or deeply both. I also just like saying the word deeply.
I mean, there's a couple things that could be going on here. Maybe Brett had these feelings, these issues as a teenager. And, maybe for him, it really wasn't a big deal. He tried on his mom's clothes a couple times. He cured his curiosity, and that was it. He never thought about it again. He never, it was never an issue for him. And he's mistaking that. So, that's what transgender people have. So they should just get over it like I did and just accept who they are.
Walk it off, James.
Not thinking, well, maybe their issues are a little bit different than mine. Maybe they're a lot deeper, and maybe they don't just go away. Maybe they intensify and they remain for a long time. And yeah.
There's also, I think that we should all have the ability to experiment, to ask ourselves what, our identity is. I think for some people, we don't have any sort of that. There's a lot of people out there that know who they are, and whether that is you're a masculine man who knows so from day one, or there are some people out there, I knew I was a feminine creature since in kindergarten, preschool, whatever around then. I knew which group of toys I found that I wanted to play with more. Now I liked some of the guy stuff too, but I knew which way I leaned towards early on, and it never really changed. And in the decade plus of me having transitioned, it's been about the same. And so I think that we need to allow people to, they call it confused. I think a lot of times it's more that people like stuff and then there's a social pressure not to like that. And the confusion is, do I want to get ostracized? It's really the actual confusion.
Is it worth it?
Is it worth it? Yes. Are my parents going to throw me out? Is society going to reject me? Because...
And the people who hate trans people, they're fine with that. That's what they want. They just want fewer people to transition. That's all they really care about. So, yeah, if there's that pressure there, if that results in fewer people transitioning, great. That's the end result is good. If
the ends justify the means.
If forcing kids to go through puberty as they're assigned as their birth gender assigned at birth, if that means that some of them might not want to transition, they might say, well, I've already went through puberty. I don't feel like I'll ever be pretty as the other gender. I won't ever look the part really. So I'm just gonna stay where I'm at. That's fine with them. They don't care. If that results in depression and psychological problems, fine, whatever. They don't care as long as they didn't transition.
It's also applying a pressure that, so I agree with also something you said, that if you get over it, if you try certain things and it wasn't for you, then all right, good. You went through being trying out different things and then you found out it wasn't for you. But then to say it wasn't for me, therefore we should apply that to everyone else. We should do that actually by law. We're going to override the doctors.
Well, that's like with the detransitioners who, I mean, there's medical guidelines and standards of care for who should get the treatment, and But of course, at the end of the day, there are judgment calls based on the patient and the doctor to decide what care is appropriate. And no system devised by humans is ever going to be perfect. No, I mean, people. That's the unfortunate nature of the medical care. Is sometimes things go wrong, and you can't. Yeah.
And I just want to bring up a thing. So this is a good James Wolfe asked here. His question: I like hanging out with women more and can relate to women better. No sexual attraction to men. Could this represent any form of quasi-gender fluidity? I agree with Sinister that it could. I also think that it could also mean that you represent, you have a healthy masculinity where you also don't like a toxic masculinity. I will say that also, they don't like that word when we bring up any sort of word that deals with toxicity. And yet, there's something to be said about wanting to be in tune with your feelings, wanting to have a softer side. And I would say that really it's about being comfortable in your own body. And so whatever you like, if you like the color pink, wear pink. If you think that you like wearing something more feminine, wear more feminine. If you just think that girls are easier to hang out with, because sometimes I think girls are the social glue of a lot of things. And so, we're the ones that make sure you go to all your events, and we drag you along with us and make sure you look nice while you do so. And so there's actually, you may just relate with that more, which I actually I'm sympathetic to. And so, yeah.
That's the thing. Everything is
a hard maybe.
It's yeah.
Yes.
And they hate that because they want everything to be just very black and white, rigid, and only two genders, and that's it. Anything else is mental illness nonsense. Well, I mean,
they love that word.
Sorry,
they love that word, and yet it reminds me of them. The whole going after the whole "someone save the women and children," and then they don't care about women and children. They use the word mentally ill, and they do not give two about the mentally ill. They will not. These aren't the people that want to support healthcare services for anyone in need. They seem to really not understand anyone who is neurobiologically different. They really just, and when they say go to therapy, this is how it generally happens. They say you need mental help, so you want us to see a therapist. That's right. Oh, well, what happens if the therapist wants to give me gender affirming care? Whoa. Not that type of therapy. Oh, okay.
Well, we'll pass a law. We won't allow the therapist to give you that care.
You'll get to go to the church therapy that we get to send you to. Well, they'll help you figure out how to be a man.
Pray to Jesus and tell Jesus.
Or aliens. Excuse me. Don't
make you stop being gay.
Please, aliens, stop making women's clothing so fabulous. Because that is his new belief. I don't know if he's a Christian believer in aliens. He hasn't seemed to illuminate on that. Brett is indeed. That's the other thing. He stuck that in.
Came back to Christianity yet?
Well, he is a theist, but he very much makes comments like, well, if you really knew my views, you would know that I believe in higher life forms that seeded this planet. And I'm like, no, I take very detailed notes of what people believe. If I thought you had said aliens had seeded the earth, that's not like maybe we should have margaritas statement. I think we need to do laundry. Maybe aliens seeded the earth. One of these statements I feel like I would have heard out of my ear a little bit more than the other, but cool.
Yeah.
I mean, those at least are in the natural physical world, James. So that is, as much as I'm roasting him right now, I guess that is a step in the right direction, right? kind of, sort of, almost.
Hey,
we'll take what we can get.
Due.
What's up, Merritt Dallas? Exactly. Well, I mean, we always bring up these hypotheticals. We're always like, it could have been an alien, and then they're like, an alien. We're like, we're not saying that we don't actually believe that. We're just trying to give you an abductio ad absurdum to show that you're silly. Yes, that it's possible. And then when someone then turns around and then says, no, I believe in the aliens, well, now it's a different conversation. You've taken the hypothetical a little too far. I appreciate it, but what's up, Subami? What's up?
I believe they're aliens. I don't have any reason
I
to
think
believe
it's
life on Earth. I think
statistically likely that aliens exist. However, when we say aliens, like, I think it's way likely that single-celled organisms definitely are out there, but are there other multicellular organisms out there? Possibly. I mean, there's a good chance that if it happened once or twice with, as I talk my opening with mitochondria and chloroplasts, it happened twice. It could have happened on other worlds if life. Are there thinking organisms on that planet? Because, sure, it took billions of years to get multicellular. Only one of the multicellular branches that we know of are conscious. Of that, how many of those are going to be intelligent enough, sentient, and introspective enough that they can not only build shit, they can build spaceships. They have the politics to actually build enough people that actually consider themselves smart to say, we actually want to go out into space. Well, what about the taxes? Space. And then after all that, you actually are able to get through certain limits, like maybe technology that not only rocket ships, not only are you just tying yourself to a fucking gasoline tank, but you actually have spaceships that can actually take you distances. Yes, there may be life forms like that out there, but we don't even fit that metric. We're a few hurdles down.
Yeah. I know that's where everybody's been going. Probably maybe in like the past 5 years. Because if you look like beyond like 5 years ago, you would see a lot of people saying, well, oh yeah, they're out there. Maybe they haven't gotten here. But in the past few years, people are pushing more of what you're saying, this like rare earth. No, we're actually the first ones. There are we're probably the first intelligent life.
Well, I wouldn't say we're the first.
I
would say we're islands of intelligent life. I think there's other intelligent life out there. It's that I'm saying that if we don't even make the benchmark ourselves for galaxy traveling or even solar system traveling, then it's hard to expect. The universe is giant, so I think it's actually probable that there are creatures that have already at this level before. But no, you were gonna say I've been talking a lot. If you
just think, I like to just focus on this galaxy, because when you talk about other galaxies and everything so far away, and crossing a galaxy just within our galaxy, that we're probably the only intelligent ones right now is what you hear. A lot of opinions being made that civilizations rise and fall, and maybe there was, a million years ago another one. Then they go out, and it's probably only like one at a time.
It could be, or even if there could be, I can imagine dozens of like this level type of civilizations going on right now. But if they are in another galaxy, then we aren't going to, just like you said, I think it's highly surprising we would ever see them. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just think that it's lots of hurdles. But rare events doesn't mean impossible. An event he also made, I think that he made a claim, just to bring it back. I think Brett made a claim that rare events are miracles. which an emphatic no. Rare events are not miracles. They are, in fact, rare events. Not to make a tautology, but it rains in the desert. Not often, but that doesn't make it a miracle. You could say colloquially, right. Oh my God, it's raining, it's a miracle. But no, statistically it happens. And okay, we're gonna go to bring it back. We are talking, do atheists believe we come from nothing? James, have you ever said we came from nothing?
I don't think so. I can't remember if I've ever said it. Probably not.
No, I don't seem to either. Their other thing, which I mildly talk over, is talking about coming from rocks. That's their other big thing. And I didn't even make that one up, but chuckle, 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 chuckle. Yeah, we get it. We heard the English that came out of your mouth. It was... And I also want to say this. He got offended. Remember when we made the not very nice bet about stupidity? I also want to say this. Just because people sometimes say stupid things doesn't mean they're stupid. I say stupid things. I like to think that doesn't make me stupid. What I heard from Brett and other creationists is stupid. You have been shown this a few different times, a few different ways. Like when you make a video that he sent me a 30-second video of Richard Dawkins saying like your 200th billionth aunt's grandfather was a fish. Yeah, no, we get that. Yeah. Did you hear what he said? It's not ridiculous. It's a fact. Like he's trying to make it go because when we say this stuff, we're trying to entertain children who are trying to pay attention to class, throwing spitballs.
Only people who don't understand science think that that's like a gotcha. Like Ken Hoven's like, are you related to an anteater? You know that's what we think, Ken. It's not even funny. Only people who are ignorant and completely dumb think that that's funny because like, oh, how could we be? Well, we are. I mean,
it's one of those things where they say it, and it's only because they try and make it sound stupid by putting emphasis on it. You are factually related to an anteater. Anteaters aren't even that far away. It's another animal. If you don't understand that it's a mammal. If you don't understand that we are related to an anteater, the joke is that you're an idiot. Like that is the punchline. But boo! I don't know. I don't know other way to say it. I'm trying to be as nice as I can.
And then, we'll throw this. And then what you can't do is you can't ask Amy if she's related to a strawberry because
you're telling us do you think that you're related to a uterus? The fuck did you just say? Yes, a strawberry. It has seeds. Take a magnifying glass, hold the strawberry up, and blow your mind out. There you go. There's lots of seeds there. Do you know why? That strawberry, it's actually hoping that it will make its way into the soil. It's hoping it'll make babies. I don't know if you've baby strawberries. They don't come out of nothing. To just, I guess, be back on subject. And so, yes, we are related to the strawberry plant. They are a multicellular organism. Oh. Do you notice how it's slightly different than an anteater? How an anteater appears to be a little bit more related to us?
I mean, I think it's like self-soothing behavior for them, because it's like when they ask that question, and of course they think it's so hilarious. It's like they're just trying to reassure each other. Like, you think that's stupid, right? I think it's stupid. We all think this. It sounds really stupid, right?
Rocks and amoeba, right?
All these really smart people think it's not stupid, but maybe they're just all dumb and they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah. The experts.
There are things that sound that might sound stupid to an uneducated, ignorant person. There are things that are not intuitive that you might not intuitively guess. You might not see an anteater and automatically think, "Oh, I bet we're related to that."
That's
That
grandma.
doesn't mean it's not true. That does not mean it's not true. Reality is full of surprises.
Well, it's also because they're like, how could that be my grandmother 80 years ago? It's like, well, it wasn't. That's not how evolution works. But I didn't see it in my exact lifetime. We know. Science, actually,
They're a common
that is
ancestor probably 28, 35 million years ago. Yeah, that's the reality of it.
I can't understand how you can look at an orangutan and just not be like, it looks exactly like us. It is hairier versions of us. You have to really stretch.
I mean, we went to the moon and we watch porn and we cook food in microwave ovens. And what do?
That's right. We went to the moon fallacy. But
actually, we didn't go to the moon, but we faked it.
It's CGI. 7-Eleven was a part-time job. Please come again.
If that is the real Brett, then Brett, you can post an infinite number of out of context quotes or tongue-in-cheek quotes about something coming from nothing. It's still not going to make. It's still not going to make it a valid. It's still not going to be valid.
Wait, were you actually quote mining probably from Lawrence Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing, in which he tongue-in-cheek uses that title because theists have been incorrectly using that straw man to say that we come from nothing. And so he's like, well, you know what?
Before.
I am a physicist. I'm going to actually see how far down we can go while removing as much stuff as we can.
You would still have quantum fields.
I wish, yes, exactly. We would still have quantum
which is not
fields.
Nothing.
Over 100 scientists on my channel, mostly atheists. Okay. Do watch their. How about this? Do each individual entire videos. Do their whole video. Don't just do selective editing.
Well,
because we do not believe that we come from nothing.
Are you actually trying to learn something from the scientists? Are you actually trying to get useful information? Or are you just trying to look for like a gotcha so you can make a video and to suit your own purposes?
Attack what we actually believe. Yeah. Instead of telling us what our beliefs are, actually deal with it. The reason why we believe in evolution and the Big Bang is for a multiple framework of facts. You believe in a God, from what I can tell, from faith. That is the excuse you gave us, which means you do not have evidence. You do not have facts. You are not using your epistemological toolkit. But we're going to send shout-outs. We'll keep on sending love out to you, Brett, and you're eventually going to be on screen. Let me tell you, at 1.5 speed, we're going to do our shout-outs. This entire channel, all this love and support, it's sponsored by all of you out there. We're almost at, we keep on saying, I saw Calasia grew the other day. We are at 200. We're at, saying 200. We're at 176. We are less than $25 away on Patreon from being at our first benchmark, which we are so happy. Literally, all this is because you guys and gals and everything in between. And so we're just going to give some love while we prepare the video, the opposing viewpoint. That is to say, you could also hit that join button right down below and become an evolving member. That's right. When you join our membership, you actually get a badge system that will just naturally evolve as time goes on. Isn't that crazy, James?
It is, and it didn't come from nothing either.
Didn't come from nothing. That's weird. We also have our Twitch subscribership with some flair, and also Twitch is about to grow because we're about to have our Skeptic Gaming and all sorts of fun on there, though, which is going to be on YouTube because I want to have creationists come by and hell, anybody that wants to argue, and there'll be enough seats for if James wants to host as well there. We're going to, and you can also support the show the best way, like I was saying, at patreon.com/AB Newman. It's right there. And thank you so very much. We're going to give shout outs and get into the opposing view. We are talking, do atheists believe we come from nothing? The answer is no. No, 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 no. I'm not even sure a nothing is physically possible. I would need to be convinced of that position. We don't know.
Yeah. We don't know.
Which is another position they're allergic to. Oh my God, James. How dare you? And hey, isn't his giving an answer just as valid as us saying we don't know? No. No, you're putting in an answer. That actually stops you from looking for the answer.
You're actually just making something up. When
pulling it from somewhere.
Yeah. And it might be convenient. It might feel better to just have an answer, but it's probably going to be the right answer. That's like Mr. Batman. He's like, well, sir, I remember I was talking to my grandfather, and I was an atheist, and he asked me, as an atheist, how do I account for all the things in my worldview, like the laws of logic and physics? And I didn't have an answer for that. I didn't know. So I realized after that if I'm going to have a worldview, it has to account for everything. It's got to answer every question, sir. Like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No.
There are questions we don't get answers to. We have to look hard and we have to find them. You don't just get gifted this bounty of knowledge from the universe.
You can use God.
Fuck around and find out.
That's right, which is basically the equivalent of science. What's up, Flum? I agree. I mean, it gets very different. If you got a name, then
that's right, Pookykins. Beyond your hell, sir.
Yeah, too. What's up, Pookykins?
What's up, Bill Freak? With all straight friends in heaven, my super straight friends in heaven.
So super straight.
I'm almost as straight as Ted Haggard. I can't be as straight as Ted Haggard, but I'm close. Close, sir.
Ted Haggard is completely heterosexual.
Absolutely, sir. Totally. He doesn't think about sucking dick anymore, sir.
No. He got over it. He walked it off.
He pooped out those worms, sir.
Oh my God. That has to be one of my favorite reasons for being gay is butt parasites.
That's right. So they feed on semen, sir. That's their favorite food source.
I now want to make a gay horror film that is about butt parasites.
That's right. That's the only thing they can feed on is semen, sir.
That's right. No. Oh my God, it's going for my balls. It knows just the way I like it. Oh God, the worms.
That's right, sir. I'll drain your balls, sir. I know how to do that.
Sumami, he is not the gay buttworms guy. Brett Keane is very specifically a current or former cross-dresser. It might not have been for him. I'm not giving information that was done behind a stream or in confidentiality. It's hanging out there on his YouTube channel with no comments on it.
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with experimenting with wearing women's clothes as a teenager. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not bad. Doesn't make him a bad person. It's nothing that anybody should look down on him for.
Exactly.
It's actually kind of courageous being able to come out and put that out there.
Okay,
Tell
I'm
the
not
truth.
I feel like I'm
that
not
sincerely.
doxing her for doing this, but Amaretto specifically likes cross-dressing men and femboys. I know that Rachel and myself like cross-dressing men and femboys. Like, I don't know what to say in that. This is definitely not the anti-femboy channel. One day we'll be sponsoring femboy Hooters, but until that time, we are going to just be pointing out that every anti-LGBTQ person either sucks a big old D or tells me that they would look better in a dress than I would. That seems to be the one of only two categories that I seem to get here. Don't know why, but
well, sir, if I were to wear, I couldn't wear a dress, sir, because my thing would hang down so low you'd be able to see it. It's big, sir.
Would hang so low.
It's really big, sir.
Really big. Maureen, I have that same thing too. I've had roommates that have had that kind of phase where what happens is, and I had this happen to me as a transgender person, is that you separate out the feminine and the male sides.
Were you ever a femboy?
I was not a femboy, but it took a while. Well, I technically was a femboy for a little while because I was out and I couldn't be full time. I was technically a femboy at Applebee's because I was pulled aside and said, if you ever wear female clothing, we will.
Because they said we hired you as a man.
We hired you as a boy. You're going to be a boy. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Once again, I said I wouldn't say which one it was. I'm sure they're very pro whatever the fuck now. I'm sure whatever their corporate.
They're uber woke and being
this was over 10 years ago. This was you're pushing on a decade and a half, really. You're getting closer to it. And so
much, we've evolved in
it changes, absolutely. Yeah. But I guess whether he got over it or he got over it now, like, you shouldn't be going after transgender people. I guess my message to him is that he does need a new shtick. I get his thing was like, why are you hating on me? Because I'm bringing up all these transgender videos. Yes. And he's like, you bring up God all the time. Look at all your videos. Just God, 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 God. I'm like, yeah, I got over my gender issues. And now I do other stuff. I do basket weaving, Brett. Like, get a hobby.
Well, I mean, we used to be theists. We used to believe in God. Now we don't.
Exactly.
And so he, at one time, cross-dressed. Now he doesn't. So that's what he does videos on. I don't know.
Oh, exactly. So, but just admit it's your thing. Like, that is now going to be your thing. Brett Keane is now the anti-transgender video person. Because, like I was telling James, if you just do one or two videos on something, there are transgender videos. I've covered the topic. We've done an episode or two on LGBTQ issues. However, that doesn't mean that our focus is being LGBT. We are LGBTQ allies naturally because we're not fundamentalists. So that just naturally just makes us allies to minorities.
It's not something we harp on all the time.
No, but I just mean when you don't have that. Exactly. When we're counter apologists, that tends to be, but we don't have, but when you build an audience, when you go, this is my anti-trans video, this is my second, this is my third, this is now my 6th video this month on anti-transgender, you're building an audience. And so it's just a weird thing to...
we built an audience around primarily non-believers, not exclusively, though. We do have some believers in our audience, but it's primarily non-believers.
I like to think that our actual linchpin, I've been thinking about this. So it's the Skeptic and Ranting community, and we're kind of the laid-back comedy part of the debate community. Everyone, we're super serial, but we also,
it just so
we like to do a little roasting and toasting.
See, we're primarily non-believer, but not exclusively. It just so happens that most people who are non-believers don't seem to have a problem with people in the LGBTQ community, because why would anyone want to hate somebody just for that? It's not a valid reason to hate anybody. So, and the theists who are part of the community, obviously they lean towards that way also. They accept Amy for who she is. Yeah.
Indeed. It's like I say, character selection. You figure out who you are, and then you try and do other stuff. Some people, it's not just a trans thing. Finding out who we are as people, I mean, that's a life journey sometimes. It could take people decades to figure out who they really are, what they really want to do in life. And it's okay if it takes people time. Some people who know who they are from day one, transgender, biological, and I'm not even talking about gender. They're like, I'll give you an example. I knew my nephew was going to be a meteorologist from elementary school. I knew that's what he was going to do, because all he does is talk to us about weather. That is
He's the
what
weatherman. Always been the weatherman.
And he's excited when he talks about it. When storms are coming, he is the first to come over to you. And the fact that he can have a long, decent conversation to you about weather, I knew what this kid was going to be. And so it's deeper than just being biological and being trans. It's about finding out who we are and accepting that. That's what makes life so much fun. Okay, we can't help. It's a kind of a housekeeping response to almost the second video, because I don't think we're gonna do a response to him coming out video. Like, no. That's more you, Brett. Find a therapist. I love you. I shouldn't even say that as a joke, because when I say it as a joke, you won't actually do it. You'll think I'm just making fun of you. So let me actually clear that air. See a fucking therapist. I mean that. See a therapist. And you might say, well, I dealt with this shit years ago.
I mean, it seems like there's something still there. You on mute still?
I did. Sorry, I was coughing. I'm going to cough again. It does seem like there's something going on. It just seems like, I wish I could get to I mean, this is my beef with J.K. Rowling. I'm the only person, I swear, that brings this up. I wish more people would. I think J.K. Rowling is trans because she publishes works under a male name. She still does after being caught as a pseudonym. Not caught. I don't know what the real term is. But she publishes...
Think she's a female to male trans?
She severely likes male homosexuality. She loves she makes a lot of characters gay men. She loves gay men. Nothing wrong, like James. I'm pansexual. When straights are like, how about me? I'm like, I love straights. If you're out there, I'll have sex with you. And they're like, gays, what about me? I'm like, did I? Once again, it's the yes to the yes. Consenting adults, baby. Come in. The water's fine. What were we talking about? J.K. Rowling. And yet it's just weird to me that someone would write so much homoerotic fan fiction under a male name and then be against transgenders. It's just like...
Sounds weird.
It's another person who needs a therapist. I don't want to just be on the nose here. I went to a therapist.
Oh, while we're on this, we should say the video that you sent me today, where Brett Keane is comparing transgenders to people with body integrity disorder.
Yes, well, that was the latest thing. We're gonna have to do another response video to that specific video because he tagged us, and so now we're in. This is what it must be. Thank God. Let me tell you, Brett, you better be better than the people that I've seen getting back and forth videos. Let me tell you, Khalil's in jail. So please please tell me that your closets are just that you're a femboy.
So we'll respond to that.
We'll respond to that. I guess we'll do a transgender video, I guess, because he is now dragging us into identity politics. But yes, trying to claim that we think that we are trying to cut our limbs off and try. This woman was like, I love to run marathons, but I also can't wait to like get run over by 1,000 cars.
I want to be disabled. I want to be paralyzed.
But she also said she said she was daydreaming about hitting over by stuff and like getting her. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, yeah. Once again,
likes skiing.
That is not the same as wanting to go to Goodwill and getting like a really great sale on purple pants. Do you see how these are like slightly different things? I feel like I shouldn't be the one to have to explain it, yet that's okay. We will.
Feels like a stretch. Like, yes, there is such a thing as mental illness. It exists, but that doesn't automatically mean that transgenders are all just mentally ill. And
I'm sure there is someone out there. The world is big enough that there really is someone out there that wants to be a helicopter that can shoot missiles and attack people. I don't really care. Like, the vast majority of transgender people are mentally sane people who their mental discomfort comes from a society that until recently has not been very accepting of them. I got to give credit due where credit's due because we need allies, apparently. These fucking fundamentalists are resettling their troops and putting bills up throughout the United States right now. Hopefully, and we export our terrible ideas outward, so awarding to other countries. Anyway, Patreon's at patreon.com/AV and many supporters like, and let's move from, we're going to do a fast shout out so we can get to it. But these are amazing people, so we need to get to Calasia, reminding us that we are responding to all of these borderline misogynistic arguments. Thank you so much, Calasia, reminding us to Emily, reminding us that the LGBTQ highly trigger the religious people these days. It is going to be their narrative. It doesn't matter if you're transgender and you don't want to hear about us. You're going to hear about us. And it's not going to be from the liberals, let me tell you. And once again, or the conservatives that are sane, or whatever you want to call it. It's going to be the religious. Anyway, sending love, Emily. Sending love, davegar, reminding us the world is thick, really thick. And you shouldn't ask her about how old she is, but it's 4.5 billion. That also seems to trigger them. Everything triggers them. We're the snowflakes. Senator Kemp, beer triggers them. Beer campaigns. A single trans influencer. We've been putting, why do you care what celebrity is on the alcohol? Oh my. Anyway, Senator Cato separating separation of church and state because it's amazing. We don't want autocracy or theocracy. Sending love to the one and only, the amazing, the fabulous Rachel Holen, reminding us that we don't have to go for biblical slavery where we are enslaving the nations around us. It's okay to actually grab a femboy, put him in a dress, and tie him to your bed as long as he consented. What are we talking about? Sending love. Rachel Holen sending so much love, and James Wolfe. James reminding us that we do a lot of late night podcasts that we're going to be doing. I'll tell you, it's because I now have, crazy enough, I have multiple teaching jobs, which to me is crazy. But so we're going to be having late night, and afternoon streams. There will probably never be that many early streams. We'll see. We'll find out. I'm a late night hawk. I think I always will be. James and I both kind of love our midnight.
At this point, it's kind of late to change that.
Yeah, it's in our DNA. Don't talk about DNA though, because they don't like that either. James Wolfe, Dale Pastel. We love Dale Pastel. We're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence, not a lot, just a little. Another word that triggers them. And once again, if we have evidence for things like evolution and the Big Bang, it's not the same as faith for whatever you want to believe in. That's just another thing that seemed to piss me off, because the vast thrust of this video, just if you want to take down our views and we say stupid stuff, do so. But attack our actual views. Don't just make up what you think our views are, which is what half this video is.
And here's the sad thing, is that I'm sure that everything we're going to say has been said to him numerous times, right, and it just does not connect. It just bounces right out.
I have a very vivid memory of having an on-air conversation with Brett, where I went through the entire, sometimes how I do my long explanation on the aliens thing, how long it would take. You've heard me do my long explanation on going from a single-celled organism all the way up to an intelligent creature.
Right.
And I go, boom, boom, boom. And I took him through this because I was trying to explain how we're never not going to be any of the other. We're never not going to be made of single-celled even multicellular organisms are made of single-celled organisms.
You'll be everything. Together. You'll be everything.
Yes,
that you're.
We're always going to be mammals. We're always going to be apes. There's never a time, because that's how it works. If they split off, they don't all of a sudden stop being whatever they were. That's what two new branches were. I really did, and he gave me like a at least at the time being, and then we still get these straw men back. So
yeah, it's
is it going in one ear and out the other?
I mean, that's what it seems to be. You answer it, and then they just reassert the like. You think we come from nothing, then you answer that like, actually, no, this is what we think, and then they just reassert, oh, you think we came from nothing. It's like,
and they don't accept it. He was just fighting us to say, no. I have all these atheists who do believe in nothing. You do believe in nothing. No, that's not how that works, Fred. We're telling you we don't believe we come from nothing. So you need to now attack us saying we don't believe we come from nothing. It's really that simple.
And I mean, when you're talking like origin of the universe, the physics of that is like the most complicated, hardest area of physics. There are brilliant people who've spent decades studying this, researching it, and they don't understand it all themselves. Now, to think that somebody who is not a physicist, doesn't have a background in all that, yeah, a lot of the things they're going to say you're not going to be able to fully understand or operate at their level. And a lot of times when they're talking to somebody who's not at that level, they simplify things. They dumb it down a little bit because to make it digestible.
Oh, speaking of digestible, okay, just give me 1 second. She'll come back in once I start pouring it. Like the spider cat that she is. There we go. Spider cat, spider cat.
But the fact he probably doesn't understand what most of those physicists are even talking about in those videos, that he's just clipping little clips of them saying nothing, and then boom, he's just running with it. Yeah. It's like you don't even understand what they're even talking about, Brett. And you're not trying to understand it. You're just looking for them saying a magic word that you think is somehow this gotcha. Ooh, they said nothing. Gotcha. And I'm going to put it in the video.
What's up, Big Band Mama? Thank you so very much. It's a lot of fun. I like it a lot. And past time to think it's a complete or nearly complete waste of time to flatter young earthers, willful, ignorant, or unwavering in their dedication or stupidity. And I felt bad using that word. And yet I feel like sometimes calling out something when it's stupid is the only thing we can do. And I want to keep on saying, it doesn't mean that people are stupid. We all do stupid things. Hopefully that does not paint us forever as being stupid individuals.
We all hold certain beliefs that are probably not
highly
rational.
Intelligent. Yes. And
we
yet
just hold them because they seem to make sense to us, even though we probably acknowledge they might not be the most rational.
We just haven't had the world's best experts try to explain it to us and then us kind of reject it and think that we know more than them coming out of the conversation. That generally doesn't happen. But besides that, sending love also to Chris the Cyborg. Chris, he's been sending so much love to us. We've been sending so much love right back to him, reminding us that yes, theists can be skeptical, Christians, Muslims, Jews. You just need to have a little bit of doubt. We are merchants of doubt here. We need to get that made into a t-shirt. I think you've been saying that. I can't agree more. And then the final three. And then I'm going to be right back a second. We're going to kick it over into the video. But the final three, the commander tier. We want to thank so much the captain commander to Reid reminding us we have a Skeptic Bible study. Boo, 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 boo. We've been dealing with the new prophet Joshua, who, took over from Moses and went out, and he was a way more bloodier version. He kicked ass and took names. Whew! Guy just went all around town. But thank you so much, Regis, reminding us we have our Skeptic Bible study. Come join us. We actually have that probably on doc. We need to do that. But sending love. Oh, you lagged for a second. Still, hold on just 1 second. I'm sorry, James.
No, just go on.
And I feel bad because I heard that. Sending lots to Matt Deig, who reminds us that we want theories. A theory, by the way, is not just something we pull from our butt, which is what faith is. This is what we're really dealing with tonight. And so thank you, Matt Deig. If you say it's just a theory, you may need to just take a science class. And last but certainly not least, Ian Davenport. First of all, we have to show Matt Deig's galaxy in your hand and Ian Davenport's heart, because we heart him. We also heart Buttercup. Oh, goodness. She is so adorable. How are you doing, baby girl? But we are sending so much love to Ian because he sends love to us. And when we listen to these types of creationist arguments, they only draw us up the walls after we hear them the millionth time. But the 900th and 99,000th, it was totally, we were almost on board. Whew.
We're almost there.
Almost there. But thank you so very much. And all right, what's up, Wesley? What is up, everyone, for sticking around? I'm going to be right back for 1 second, and then we're hearing the opposition viewpoint. We are listening to, we are skeptic and ranting on do atheists believe we come from nothing, in which we are going to be responding for the video. Brett, we're going to be watching the opposition viewpoint. Brett Keane responds to atheists. Dun, dun, dun. But James?
How's everybody doing tonight? I don't know if you guys were with us last night. Remember, I'm not feeling too good here, but I'm doing the best I'm doing the best I can. I'm actually a little bit better today than yesterday, but anyhow, hope everybody's having fun tonight. This video's been a long time coming. And yeah, tailored for us. So I'm excited to get and see what Brett has to say for himself. Yeah. yeah, the whole idea about aliens seeding life on Earth. I mean, yeah, that is just kicking the can down the road. Somewhere eventually, even if that were the case, it would have had to start naturally somewhere, or supernaturally. We just don't even think it was supernatural, wherever it's been. And yeah. You're doing okay out there, Wesley. Hope everything's all right with you. And yeah. Everything is a-okay, though. Yeah. So far, nuclear war, no meteorites raining down, so I think we're okay. Hopefully it'll stay that way. Branded barcode. Oh, well, hey. Haha, Sumami, yeah. No, people mistake us for the same person all the time. We're not, even though Wolfe is a great guy. Oh, yeah, the chase, yeah. I remember the Star Trek The Next Generation episode where one race seeded life on all the planets that evolved. That was a good episode. I tell you, for Star Trek, Picard, I'm waiting to binge watch season 3. I'm not going to watch each episode, but there's everything I'm hearing about it says that this is the best one, so I'm excited for it. I just waiting for kind of the season to be done, then I'll watch it all at once.
Woohoo! And all right. I am going to be giving a warning to everyone. My monitor broke.
Do it. He should.
Second monitor. And so I will be sharing a tab. And so how well I'll be able to full screen it will be a little odd. But the volume should be just as normal and always. And so with that, we're going into it. From the channel, Brett Keane responds to Amy Newman and James W. He refers to you a lot, actually, into the video. He keeps on referring to you as my never calls you James. He calls you my co-host. He never calls you by name, even though he refers to you an awful lot. We're going into it.
1.25?
Yes, I think it should actually already be on there and ready to go. And we're having fun.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brett Keane. You are watching and listening to The Brett Keane Show. When you get an opportunity, if you'd like to support my work, you can become a Patreon.
And look, he's looking at a shot here. We got Beamsy and Goth and Calasia and davegar and Rubiks. Just a shout out to them. A double shout out.
Or you can do a one-time donation through PayPal. You can also check out my t-shirts and merchandise. And you can also check out my books, my music, my art, all these different things. And on top of that, I have an international radio station where you can listen to me on thousands of different websites, hear what I have to say. And also I have a lot of other religious as well as non-believers who sometimes are hosted on my radio station that you may all be surprised to hear. It's entertaining. It's enjoyable. My radio station is very popular. I don't have to worry about YouTube algorithms and all that and the aggravation of having to concern myself with speech problems due to liberals and atheists who actually run some of these corporations like Google and YouTube, who can be very unfair even to each other. Depending on what
James, I got something for him.
Today we're going to be doing a video response to Amy Newman. Hopefully Amy Newman is going to be capable of finding the time to sit back and actually listen to what I have to say in this presentation.
We find that
I've talked to Amy quite a few times in the past, but every time I've had a discussion with Amy or Amy's friend, I find myself.
I also love that because it's always like, will Amy even find the time for me? Brett, we have responded to you.
We've actually spent quite a bit of time dealing with him. Now he disappears for months at a time, but
I've reached out to him. I have been very friendly and cordial when I went on there, even when he was talking shit about transgenders. And, you know, we can only deal with what we get. But yes, let's continue on.
And a kind of a dichotomy. Every time other religious people come in with their own views and ideas, as well as a lot of atheists, and every single one of them have different ideas and things than I do, and some of them feel the extraordinary need to just rant forever and ever without even taking a breath. So although Amy and I get along, and I also get along with Amy's host, I've always found it difficult to really allow Amy to get to know what I really think and what I view. In fact, there's been many times where Amy is absolutely shocked to find out things about me that they couldn't have possibly known in that type of environment. Like, for instance, I'm not a young earther.
True.
I do not believe in eternal hell. This took quite a while for Amy to be able to figure out about me because Amy never gets an opportunity to really...
a young earther up until, what, a year ago, 9 months ago? So, yeah, if you change your views on something, yeah, okay. But what was it? A year ago, he was in bed with Ken Hovind and Matt Powell cheerleading them along, saying he used to be an atheist until he came along Ken Hovind's videos, and then he became a Christian. So, yeah, if you change your views, yeah, you have to tell us because we don't know.
And what is up? I will say he's in 1.5 if he sounds a little bit funny, so that's more on us than him. Though if he's saying things that are stupid, that's more on him. Now, once again, I feel bad that we keep on hammering on that because I know that Brett is actually I think Brett, you have seen and said you've had people on that have said intelligent things. You have said intelligent things. Thus, I think it's the crowd you've been hanging around. Now, I know you say you didn't absorb this from the Ken Hovinds, but, well, I guess we'll let you just say it yourself.
Sit down and have a deep discussion with me. Amy's interested in creating a podcast where a lot of people come up and talk. Amy has referred to me as a friend over and over and over again, but I'm not really sure if it can be considered a friend just to be on a podcast every once in a while. I know a lot of people on the internet are like that. They think, well, I talked to this person for 5 minutes today. And
Brett, I don't know how to be reals with you here. This is the online community. I consider us here the Skeptic and Ranting community, but I consider many of the atheists, the non-believer, and just, like I said, the skeptic community, my brothers and sisters, especially allies in what I consider to be the ever sometimes gaining irrationality, anti-intellectuality that comes from a lot of these religious circles. And so if you want to sit and have tea, I'll have a literal tea party with you, Brett. But if we're talking about what's trying to be taught within the school system, and we'll get to that later on, we don't teach evolution and the Big Bang because it feels good, because a bunch of really smart people just had a poll about it. It's where the facts lay. So I just want you on that side, my friend. I shouldn't say that with such gusto, but please.
And here we are, we're friends. To me, I've always seen friendship or defined it as something where people don't just talk on podcasts, but they also talk in the background. They have personal conversations with each other. Sometimes they share things about their life and all that, and not just their religious views.
I like to think more than just friends.
Obviously, many of her videos have to do with God and her disgust or distaste towards creationism. And for some oddball reason, has come to the conclusion that religion is dangerous for people. Now, it's really odd because there's a lot of atheists out there in modern day as well as historically.
Why do I think that religion is dangerous? Why am I an anti-theist? Why is James an anti-theist? Well, because we see harm in religion. It is one of the reasons why we did a podcast the other night in response to something I believe that you had said. And so do we believe? Oh, no, that wasn't because of something you said. I'm sorry. That was a modern day debate. That was something T-Jump said. I am crossing streams here. I love T-Jump, but yeah, I do disagree with him on that very specific thing and agree with R and Raw.
No, here's the thing. Like we do streams usually 2 to 3 times. We're always telling you why we think what we think. We're always putting it out there, and we're always inviting people to come on and respond. Tell us what you think. Why you think we're wrong. We actually like it when people disagree. We're not trying to be an echo chamber. The more vehemently you disagree with us, the more we probably want to talk to you. Yeah. Come on it down. If you want to even work something out where you want to just come on and do like an informal debate, just you, nobody else on the panel, I'm sure we could do that. That's yeah. We don't want an echo chamber. We actually like hearing from people who disagree with us.
Some extremely horrible atrocities, and Amy refuses to speak out about this. I notice a pattern with atheists.
What?
If a religious person screws up, they make sure to make videos and profit.
No. What happens is that I try and bring up, I would say, different notions of why school shootings are tragedies. And what happens is a single transgender person has a school shooting, and so all of a sudden I see waves and waves of hate towards just transgender people. With
you
that
know she was an atheist? Was this person atheist?
I don't know. Well, they shot up a Christian school, so it's both that they were transgender and they shot up. But there's 300 plus school shootings in the United States so far since the Columbine.
I mean,
and,
do we make videos every time
transgender?
Do we make videos of every time a theist does something bad and hold all theists guilty based on that? Every time a theist kills somebody or does something bad, do we then make them all guilty for what that one person did? I don't think we do that.
Sell t-shirts off of religious people that have done something wrong or said something they didn't agree with, but they rarely ever speak out against their own.
Not us.
It's odd because even Amy's host will say things like, well, the only thing we agree on is that we don't believe in God.
Yeah, exactly.
And not only that, but we would call out anyone who does something wrong. That is the difference between being in a religious institution or a religious body that will protect or move, or I was going to say profit, but we have a secular system that we believe in here, where we actually, someone does a crime. If Khalil did the crime and he was still an atheist, do you really think there's going to be any atheist that would have defended him as Justin? Do you really think we would have said, well, he's an atheist, so what? That means He's
a dangerous person. He needs to be locked up to protect the kids.
They defend each other. They pretend that nothing's actually happening. They pretend as though atheism or atheists have not caused any kind of issue. And if you do try to bring it up, then they'll try to justify it or kind of wash it away.
No, we don't.
That's what I've noticed. Another problem that I have when talking to Amy is
I don't know where you've ever noticed this.
Yeah. Someone said I saw a tag. Forgive me. Keep on tagging me. I'll keep on doing this, and I'm going to buy a new monitor. Second monitor. I will say, it sounds bougie, but I highly suggest it for everyone out there because it does allow you to have like two things where you can like
just get a porn going on one screen.
James, I cannot tell you how important it is just to be able to have your Pornhub streams here and your regular streams here. Anyway, we're going back to it.
Every claim that I've made is not some kind of delusion I woke up one morning and just decided to spit out on the internet. The things I say about the universe and what I say about evolution, the claims that I make, such as atheism as a religion, this isn't something that I invented myself. It's not some kind of cute little game I play to piss people off for the fun of it. Atheism is considered a religion due to the fact that atheists themselves actually fought for it to be a religion.
Also, this is other atheists believe it's a religion and they fought for it to be a religion. Therefore, you think that atheism is a religion. No, we don't.
Negative.
Religion. They wanted tax exemption and the benefits of being called a religion. A simple Google search will show you that there are many, many religions out there that do not require a god. If you were to look at the basic definition of religion, it'll claim that it requires.
What does that have to do with anything? Buddhism is a religion. It doesn't have a god. Therefore, you could say it is a atheistic religion. That doesn't mean atheism is a religion. We're not Buddhists. I like Buddhists, not Buddhists.
Power, or it requires some kind of entity or some kind of group or community. Well, even in the very basic definition of atheism, atheism is a group of people, and they do look up to representation. They have their lawyers. They even have their own churches. They have all these different things. They do.
We do have our lawyers. They're called lawyers. But once again, just saying. Well, that's what I mean. When they're like, what we do is we just apply ourselves to secular law.
We have our own,
exactly. We have our own cars we use.
Yeah.
Practically, they're a complete clone of Christianity, but they replace God with science. And there's even a group out there called.
No way.
We are exactly the same as the group of people who think that a first century rabbi came back from the dead to reign as the supreme creator of the universe. Basically the same thing.
Scientism. Atheism in the broadest sense is an absence of belief in the existence of deities. Less broadly, atheism is a rejection of the belief that any deities exist. And even narrower sense, atheism is specifically the position that there are no deities. But the question that people ask on Google was, what is religion without a god called? And the answer was atheism. What is a religion without a god called? Atheism. No. This is Google. This isn't Brett Keane. I didn't come along and invent that. I didn't.
Also, they routinely, when we cite sources, say that we are using an appeal to authority, and then they basically botcher authorities and say, you have to believe this, which is not how you...
But you know
that's not how beliefs work.
Algorithms work. It's based on what people are looking for and what people are putting in. So if people associate atheism with the religion on there, then that's what it's going to say. True or not, doesn't make it actually true.
He's misquoting. I'm noticing the search algorithm now. First of all, no one would accept us because you're trying to use Wikipedia as a source. You need to go to the source. But you're like botching Wikipedia because you're using a Google created question from people who actually have searched the question. And the question is actually then referencing an answer that it's showing on Wikipedia. My good friend, That does not mean that atheism is a religion. They're trying to just say an answer of, in the broadest sense, it's the absence of a belief in the existence of deities. Less broadly, atheism is a rejection of the belief that any deities exist. Why don't you just argue what we actually believe? Not trying to convince, because this is their
trying to convince us we're a religion. Yeah,
trying to convince us we're a religion, because I always find this in the same with Muslims. Is it's like this double-handed what's a backwards compliment? I'm trying to think what the word is. You're trying to say that religion is an insult. Good, I like it. If you're trying to say that, use religion as a pejorative, fantastic. But how about no one has a religion? How about that? Just give up your religion, and then you can join us in not having one. It'll be fantastic. When people tell me that being transgender is a religion, no, you're doing it again. Please. Just believing in something, thinking that I'm feminine, that doesn't make it a belief. It doesn't make it a religion.
If you worship bacon when you get it at Wendy's?
Yes, saying that you enjoy bacon would now mean that you are in the enjoying bacon religion.
Is that some type of cult? Is that, I mean, is the sacrament the Baconator at Wendy's? And that's like,
I sure hope it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They have to make the definition so broad to encompass atheism that basically anything can become a religion. Then, if you like,
what's up, base theory?
If you like Chevy pickup trucks, is that now a fucking religion? Is that, yeah.
Yes, it is. Everything that we now believe in. If you believe in gravity, you're in the gravity religion.
And that's stupid. Nobody would say that, but that's how broad they have to make the definition to be able to squeeze atheism into that religion category. Why that's so important to them, I don't know, but it doesn't work. No, we're not a religion. I don't care who says it, what source, quote mine, whoever thinks it. If they think it, they're wrong.
That's right. We need tax breaks for everything. If atheism is a religion, can I just write everything off as a tax break? Because it was under my religion of living. It makes no sense to me.
Get a tax deduction for your porn sites because that's a religious act.
James, now we're starting to get to the matters that matter.
The Pornhub Premium.
Present atheism as a religion. Now, I understand that atheists are not the Borg. They're not connected to each other, where they're able to know all things at all times. But it's pretty easy to quickly find out the answer to this. What religions are non-God-based? Non-theistic traditions that have played roles in Buddhism, Christianity, Hinduism, Jainism, Taoism, creativity, Dudism. There's atheists out there who actually, believe it or not, there's some of them who call themselves Christians, but not
There's
because
a religion called creativity. That's fucking funny. You notice that's why he stopped. Because it said Dudism next, and so he didn't want to sound like an idiot.
Basket weaving.
I'm sorry. I'm sure those are very real religions, just like all the others.
Water polo, bird watching.
Oh my! I love the internet.
They believe that there's a God over things, but they like the philosophy of Christianity, so they refer to themselves as a Christian. There's some atheists that have been said that even if there is no God, I want to live as though there is.
John?
Okay.
Because they know deep down inside that without a God and without a moral, objective creator of the universe, morality itself is nothing more than an illusion. That's right.
Or
no.
Yeah, I would say I have good reasons for not only my moral system, but why to be moral. None of them are from nothing, and none of them have to do with a God. I do not understand why you need a God. A God to me doesn't make it objective anyway. I think that atheists, non-believers, deists, I'll even say and such, they're the only ones that actually have any claim between the objective and subjective debate, because a God is this weird butchered mix. I think I have this like weird middle ground, but they're like, no, it's a arbitrary mind, because that's what a mind is, but it's eternal. And
arbitrary
so
morality.
It is the objectively arbitrary moral system, which makes me go, what did you just say? Because arbitrary means mind, so objective mind system.
Because, I mean, we're not calling for anarchy. We're not calling for no laws and everything
rarely
goes.
Nihilists. There are atheist
everything
nihilists,
goes, no laws, do whatever you want. It's a free-for-all. Are we saying that? Are we saying no? No, we're not saying that. So we accept that there has to be laws, there has to be regulations of conduct. That's reality. And
there are actually decent norms and standards for what you probably shouldn't just throw coffee in people's faces. That's probably a dick move to do. Making coffee for people, good thing to do. These aren't really like rocket science. Theists make morality so difficult for no reason.
I mean,
anyway,
it's one of the areas where they try to hide their God in, because we've chased him out of virtually everywhere in the natural world, so they have to hide him in these nebulous, unnatural, philosophical quandaries like morality. And he's in there somewhere, trust us. Because if not, you guys don't have an objective grounding for your... Yeah,
you'll find him.
I would say you're right. Yeah, we don't have an objective grounding for it. So what?
And I think even though I think there are good reasons to start out looking to what morality was, and then eventually it becomes very subjective and situational. And yeah, I mean, who the fuck cares? Because it doesn't deal with a God. If you cannot prove that you're God, you don't get a vote in the morality debate. That he cannot tell us, I don't know, whether it's maybe we should stone gays or cross-dressers, which is kind of what the Bible dictates. I get from the very anti-Semitic, anti-transgender people that all of this stuff, the being gay and cross-dressing, is pushed from the Jews.
Well,
and yet, if you take a look in the Torah, that Torah, they got some prescriptions for the gays and the LGBT community.
An atheist here saying that as an atheist, he kills as many people as he wants to, which is zero. So, meaning he's not worried about God sending him to hell, but he just doesn't kill people because he doesn't want to kill people. Yeah, I mean,
I steal, lie, and cheat as much as I want, which is that I don't do any of those things. And once again, it's not very hard to do so. Yes, there's always going to be those situations. They always bring up the Anne Frank situations. Yes, at that point, you should lie. It is way more moral to lie.
Because there's no absolute morality. So lying is not absolutely always wrong.
But we're not saying you should lie.
We're not saying it's good to lie all the time. There's a very limited subset of cases where it is good.
And you know who doesn't make those decisions?
No absolutes.
I agree. And you know who makes those decisions? People. And you know who doesn't make those decisions?
Well,
a God that doesn't exist.
And that's the thing. If their version is true, then lying about Anne Frank, that would still be wrong, because God doesn't say, "Oh well, I mean, you can evaluate the situation, and if it would be better to lie, then it's okay to lie." He doesn't say that.
He'll sort it out afterwards.
Right, yeah, no, you tell the truth. God cannot lie. Not that God can lie. Sometimes
that is a ridiculous claim. That shit, like, And I love how they work it around like a battered wife. Like, it's in his nature. He literally can't lie. Oh, sweetheart, is that what he told you? I'm sure. Do you have like, is he like texting people on the side? Does he try to hide his phone like too? No, but he can't lie. I get you.
This is their morality, like the George Washington. Tell your dad it was me. I chopped the tree down, even though you know your dad's gonna smack you upside the head and be pissed at you. But you know what? You just tell that truth anyway.
Yes, just keep on doing it, even if it kills everyone.
Right. Anytime that you make a decision on a conscious level where you're trying to.
But once again, this is because I don't want them to cut up clips. 95% of the time, it's a dick move to lie.
Figure out what's right and wrong. You can only go based upon a subjective opinion on things. You can say
most people inherently feel bad when they lie. We don't like to do it. We have that conscience in us that we kind of we want to avoid it whenever possible. And there's good evolutionary reasons for it. As I always say, we don't like to be lied to. And so if people find out that we have lied to them, then they're not going to trust us. They're not going to be willing to work with us because they can't believe what we say. And that hurts our standing in the community. We're a social species. We depend on each other. And so while there are certain limited conditions where it is good to lie, most of the time it's not.
Well, I think this is wrong because the television tells me so. Society tells me so.
Oh,
my mommy and daddy told me so. When it comes to morality, we've always depended.
It is
too
just
bad,
a funny
Brett.
Thing.
Too bad. I'm sorry that you can want there to be this magical, objective, God handed down morality, and you can want that as much as you want. It's not real. It's not real. It's all we have is each other. All we have is what we come up with.
Raven, and it's just low-hanging fruit. Listen, I think I know what the media wants, and that's generally money, but it is an odd thing to consistently criticize, like, all these people that watch TV continue to watch my podcast right now. It's just a weird thing.
Are you jealous
to be
that
in media and criticizing media? Yes. I don't know. I guess that is my thesis there.
I mean,
but
I don't get my morality from the media. I disagree with the media all the time in terms of the things that I believe. I'm my own person.
And the news is almost always trying to show you the worst shit at all times because that is, once again, it's not welcome to the Happy Puppy channel. There are probably Happy Puppy channels on YouTube. However, like, that is what news is basically the worst shit that goes on every day. Well, and every once in a while, they make diplomatic agreements.
They're in the business of selling advertising, and they get more money the more people are watching, and so the media has an incentive to turn everything into a crisis, to blow everything up, so that people will watch because that's what attracts attention. There's a problem. There's something bad happening. There's a major crisis, and so they blow things out of proportion.
And they act, first of all, it's also what humans intrinsically want. Like, there is a reason why Mucker Marlson was so high in ratings, because they eat that shit up. It also drives me to non-drinking because they love that shit. They are the number one respondents of it. And they always say, like, wow, they fired that one guy. They're never going to fill that. How could they ever fill another guy for Glenn Beck? How could they ever fill another guy for Bill O'Reilly? How could they ever fill another guy for Tucker Carlson? I don't know. They could just, like, get another one. They could just fish. Whoosh.
I mean, to Tucker, he's an interesting character. I mean, certainly, I probably agree about half the things he says. I think are maybe okay. Half the things he says, I completely disagree with.
He used to be much more libertarian, right? And so as you get a little bit hoisted, and in fact, you may have gotten fired for secretly being a little bit more libertarian and hating Trump and hating a lot of his own network. Well, there is a lot of the things that he said about a lot of the reports that they were doing. He was not very kind to Fox News, apparently, behind the scenes. And so, and he may have lied, even though he did not like what he was saying. And so, and he seemed to have said so in text messages. So, what can I tell you? Tides go in, tides go out, as they say, or as his forebringer said, and I'm sure they'll find another one because they go oftentimes to the media for their beliefs. Where do you think this transgender thing is? Do you think I knew what the... Let me tell you something. On one side, there is Drag Queen Story Hour. The other is the Unity Game Engine. Which do you think I have spent more time thinking about and doing? I'll give you a hint. One had JavaScript and C#, and now one only accepts C#, and the other is sponsored by RuPaul. I don't know where they get this shit. They scour the internet for things that are scary to old people. And they find them. Somehow they find them. Do.
On other people or other things in order to be able to form our identity of who we are and how we're going to live our lives and do things. Some people at some point in time, they start getting the idea that there's no reason to have hope at all. There's no reason to have any kind of belief. There's no reason to even bother with morality anymore. Some people...
Did someone kick the ice cream cone out of your hand, Brett? Where did the hope go? It's going to be okay. Life's going to be okay.
It's not that, Brett. We just accept the reality. It's not objective. We have to kind of figure it out for ourselves. We don't get it handed down to us from a god,
from fiat.
And that means sometimes we make mistakes and we don't realize it until way far in the future. And that's just how it goes. As I've said, we can look back 100 years ago. We see things that we find morally repugnant that they didn't find morally repugnant back then. Also, just like 100 years from now, there will be things we do today that they find morally repugnant.
Can I put in one more linchpin? Even if we were seeded by aliens, like Brett apparently now believes, that doesn't mean we get our morality from the aliens. Just putting it out there that morality seems to be coming from natural situations.
I haven't had an alien give me any lessons in morality, so no.
We'll see life as I'm here, and now I have to do whatever it takes to survive, even if it means hurting other people on a spiritual, emotional, mental level. It's the way it is in society. It's the reason why we have so much killing, why we have so much hatred, because there's so many people who are deriving their morality and their ideas from all kinds of different things.
No,
Amy and I also seem to have a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation.
Because we're a little bit between chimpanzees and bonobos, and we either seem to really love sucking or we love stabbing each other with sticks.
And let's be honest about it. We evolved on a world that was harsh. Resources are scarce, limited. In nature, it's kill or be killed. It is not fun and games, and that's the evolutionary mechanism.
Survival of the fittest. Not always the strongest. You can have a really thick, hard shell. You could be really fast. You could be smart.
And at that level, it's not really about morality. When the tiger is hunting in the jungle and going to kill something, it's not making a moral decision. it's just being a tiger. That's what it does. It's an obligate carnivore. It needs to survive, and therefore something else has to die. It's not doing an act of evil. Morality is something that evolves much deeper into the human brain, where we're sentient, introspective. Amy's all her levels of consciousness that she does. But yeah, the reality of it is that we evolved on a very harsh world that, things weren't always like it is today, where you just go to the store and get all your food. You had to fight for your food, and you might have to kill somebody to get their food or to eat them. And that's just the reality of it.
Of how the universe actually works. Amy believes that the universe just somehow came into existence. Amy likes to refer to creationists as idiots who believe in magic, that we just believe some magical entity came into existence and started.
That's what you believe. That's what you believe. Magic, entity, yes.
You believe in
That's
magic.
What creationism is, magic.
And we don't believe that you are idiots. We believe, or at least I believe, that you do not hold intelligent positions on these very specific beliefs.
I wouldn't say they're all idiots per se. I mean, some of them are just, they're idiots who are atheists. They're idiots all over the place. It's not only younger.
Your IQ doesn't go up or down because you're an atheist or a theist.
Right.
We just think you're wrong.
Creating the universe. Well, I don't believe in magic. Magic is, believe it or not, one could argue that magic is real in the sense that it's a performance of sleight of hands. That's what magic is.
Yes, real magic is fake and fake magic is real. That is people trying to do stage magic, but
sleight of hand is not magic. That is
but that's not actual
illusion.
Magic.
That's an illusion. Not real magic would be something that defies the laws of physics, something that cannot happen, happening anyway.
And that's what I want to know if he actually believes. Like, are we going all in on aliens, or is it alien Jesus? Because, like, are we including the miracles here?
Magic. That would at least be non-magic. That would at least be a
step
in the right direction.
If you said that it was an alien that used technology to heal a man, I guess you're right. That is getting slightly closer to what could. I don't think that happened, but I now want to make a cartoon of it.
But at least it's part of the natural world. It is theoretically plausible.
But say that claim then. I haven't heard that from him. I want to hear it.
No.
I believe in a God that is powerful. I also believe that my God is extraterrestrial. Basically.
Boom. Once again, we are not strawmanning him. For the love of all that is Jesus.
I believe in a God that is powerful. I also believe that my God is extraterrestrial.
Extraterrestrial, what all that really means is not from the earth. So that could still be Yahweh in a very roundabout way of a very roundabout way of describing him.
But once again, once you start talking about extraterrestrials, it is when you like turn your head in the supermarket. But I mean, we're here to listen to you, but what's your evidence?
Basically an alien. And when Richard Dawkins, as well as many atheists, were asked, how do you think we got here? One of the views that a lot of people have, there are a lot of people who believe this, that we may have actually come
I like how James, you're even like, it still could be. And then he's like, no, it's an alien. Well, which is like, what the, I guess it still could be Yahweh, actually. It still could be Yahweh alien, right?
Yeah.
So technically speaking, I want to see it. I want alien Jesus. I want it to happen.
Another world or another part of the universe, and we're planted here through panspermia. There are others who believe that we might have been planted here by other life forms. These life forms may be dead or still.
It's a possibility that I don't think anybody. I don't think Richard Dawkins has said that is how life started. It's just one option.
What happens is they ask a specific question. They're always like, hey, could you imagine any natural way in which an intelligent creator could have seeded the world? And the atheist goes, well, I suppose aliens could have done it. And then they take that clip and they go, atheist believes that we came from aliens. And it's like...
Oh, what we're saying is that is one option out of several. Out of several options.
And I don't think it's the most likely. Like
Probably not the most likely.
It's the panspermia hypothesis, that it is physically possible. It could have happened like something like Mars, where we actually got seeded from just
a meteor
material, coming from that. That would be an example of panspermia. It wouldn't be intelligent life aliens. And so it's not exciting in like a CGI type of way, in a Hollywood type of way. And so I really do. I want like a very green with big eyes, very much walking on water. That's what I want now. In robes, James. I want alien Jesus.
A toga?
Yes.
Watching us are living amongst us. There's, of course, no real way to be able to, or still others who believe that we might have been planted here by other life forms.
Okay,
that these life forms may be dead or
still
watching us are living amongst us. There's, of course, no real way to be able to just observe this and put this on a plate for all people to see. I'm absolutely aware of that.
Okay.
But even though a lot of the claims and the views and the ideas that people have, it's a lot less extraordinary than the idea of atheists basically pulling a magic rabbit out of a hat and saying, no, everything got here. And if there is some kind of aliens, they all got here from nothingness.
We don't believe
that's
in
literally
nothingness.
What they have to believe. Let me show you something here real quick. This is one of a million videos that is on YouTube. There's millions of videos done by religious people as well as non-believers, and almost all of them, a majority of them, believe in a universe that had a beginning to it. Now, right here, what you're seeing, if I were to rewind the video where the universe is just starting, you're literally going to have a dead black screen. There's nothing going on. And then suddenly, this beam of energy and light.
He is taking an animation that someone in like a program of like After Effects made, and he's gonna be like, and I can't see anything less back in the video. Like, yeah, Brett, that's how the visual spectrum of light works. That's how videos work. Like, that's how causality works up until we cannot have anything except time and space. I also remembered that I had an intro, and I'm going to do it as an outro, because we'll just do that at the end. Too much juiciness in this subject.
Starts basically cooking itself, according to non-believers.
No,
and then
no, it's not cooking itself. It's that there was hydrogen, helium, a little bit of lithium. The majority of it was hydrogen. Gravity is a dominating force, and thus it pulled the hydrogen into the first stars. It wasn't magic, Brett.
Goes into an explosion. Now, some atheists nowadays are going on about, it wasn't an explosion. It was just an expansion.
Yes, it wasn't an actual explosion. It was an expansion event. That was an insult word that was just used, and now we call it the Big Bang.
All right. You can call it whatever you want. I don't give a fuck what kind of noise it makes, to be honest with you.
Didn't.
But here we can look at...
that's the point, Brett.
I'll give you an example right here. What you're seeing, this illuminating light that science illustrations show, is that through this extremely powerful singularity that they claim to be extremely small, somehow expanded itself, and then all space and time and nature started creating. It started going into existence. Now, I want you to think about this, Amy, for a moment. And I don't know why this goes over the head of atheists. I notice a lot of non-believers, it's like they just don't want to hear it, or their brain don't want to absorb this information. But if you were to take the universe of the right of this picture with all the stars and the planets, and you were to rewind it, you would be left with a pulsating white light that you see on the screen, which is supposed to be the singularity of the very form.
Oh my God, you're looking at a drawing. You understand that it's...
You don't understand that, right? You don't understand it. So therefore, it can't be true. It's not real because you don't understand it.
Like, there's also not a bright white light in a singularity.
Right. Yeah.
Like, they are trying to make graphs. It looks like, from what I can see, they're trying to show blackness, nothingness, white light, and then I can see a a scrunched microwave cosmic background radiation, and then you can see that it's going from this cluster of stars out to in acceleration of everything going away from each other into more space. Wow, Brett, it's almost like this is used to illustrate high school physics and not, I don't know, creativity light hour.
The universe. So what happens whenever you go into the light? What is
go
in
into
that light?
The light, Brett.
Where did all this energy, matter, and then the conclusion of space and time come from? This is where a lot of people start leaving open the room for there being an entity or a god or something beyond this universe. Is it so stupid to actually state that there may be something more powerful, more intelligent than humanity existing beyond that? Of course not. There may be things that are more powerful and more intelligent
stupid,
and wise.
But you're making a lot of... Yes, and you're making a lot of claims outside of it. To say that there's a higher power or something stronger than us, because it's so vague, then sure. Is a star exploding stronger than us? Sure. Does that mean that there is an entity beyond time and space that's watching us? No. Does that mean that an alien species is watching us right now? Well, that is in essence... And I think he does explain something like throughout here. I'm like, you're explaining the Marvel's Invasion series. Like, but okay, whatever.
And humanity could ever imagine that live within the very parameters of the universe. Why would it be hard to believe that there are other universes and even more? If a universe can form from nothing, or whatever magical materials that atheists claim, then one would have to suggest that maybe there's more universes out there, that this may have happened more than once. Some people could argue that before the universe, there may have been another universe and it simply died and the materials were absorbed into another singularity or a black hole of massive abilities and recreated the universe. This is not my theories, ladies and gentlemen. I simply know how to read. I'm literate. I know how to read the information, look at the illustrations. I know how to look at cartoon pictures of evolution and cosmology just as easily as a non-believer.
Okay.
But for some reason, they don't seem to...
Somehow, it doesn't seem to click, Brett. Where's the problem?
Yeah, I mean, he's been reading, but he can't get past these cartoonish, very basic representations that are not really scientific. This is not how physicists would conceptualize the Big Bang. This is a very dumbed down, simplified video that is made for non-scientific people. Just try to get an idea of what they're talking about. Because if you were to try to engage with people at the level that Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Lawrence Krauss are operating, you wouldn't understand it. Okay, it's just not within our ability to understand. So they don't do that because it'd be pointless. So they try to make it simple.
My cat wants this chair. It's so funny that he has a preference for a chair. He just went like this to my chair, meaning he wants something from me, and the only thing he can want either wants chair. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, we can't know what. Well, they don't have thoughts. They never have thoughts, except for when they want things. Then they seem to be highly intelligent. But okay, we're getting back into it.
Absorb this, and I'm not being insulting. It is what it is.
He's not being insulting, James. He's not accepting it.
To me, Amy, whenever I look at the universe, I look at something that I consider a miracle. A miracle is something that is not commonly, it's an event or a scenario that happens very rarely.
No.
Well, from what we know, if we were to go based upon scientific fact and information.
That is not what a miracle is, once again. Because if you just heard our opening, you would think we were strawmanning him. But he is saying it word for word. The rare event is a miracle.
I mean, winning the lottery is incredibly rare, but you know what? If we sell enough tickets, it's probable that one of those tickets will win. And each of those tickets had an incredibly low chance of being the winner. But if we sell enough of them, it is highly possible, almost certain, that there will be a winner. And that is not a miracle.
It's kind of the whole point of the lottery.
Yeah. That's not a miracle. That's not breaking reality or physics. That's sorry.
Our universe, as far as we know, has only existed once. We can argue and speculate about multiverses and all kinds of neat stuff. But the truth is that you and I, Amy, even though you call yourself an atheist, we both have faith. I didn't observe.
Even though I call myself an atheist, James, even though you call yourself an atheist, you have faith.
We don't have faith because we're saying we don't know. I mean, we're not saying, oh, well, I think that it's a cyclical universe and that it bangs and contracts every, I don't know, 10,000 Google years, and this has been going on forever. I can't prove it, but that's just what I think. We're not saying that. We're just saying we don't know. It could be, but we don't have enough information to take a position.
The universe come into existence, yet I believe that there was a God that was independent of it. You did not observe the universe, so you have absolutely no place to be able to act like you know.
I hate this thing about you have to be there to know something. That is the conspiracy theory mindset. That is the conspiracy theory epistemological toolkit, is we can only know what we ourselves have tested. When testing, yes, that's one way of knowing something, but you should be able to get your methodology peer reviewed by others, and you should accept things that have been peer reviewed by others.
But what is it, Occam's razor? Like, so if we can imagine this event happening naturally without a God, then it's probably better to do that instead of doing that and then just tacking a God along and saying, oh yeah, all this happened, but it was really God who made it happen. Because we don't have any evidence of that. We don't have any way to test that. It's not falsifiable. So therefore, it's pretty much useless. You can claim whatever you want to claim. You can make up any number of causes or gods or explanations or, like pixie farting unicorns. We just don't have any evidence of it.
Only thing that you know is what you'll be able to watch on TV or what someone will write on Google. And even then, most of those people already admit with all their limited resources that they don't know for a fact. They're just speculating. That's all Stephen Hawking ever did. The man lived in a wheelchair all of his life. He never went out into space. He never even went outside the atmosphere of Earth. He never laid a foot on Mars or the moon. And we don't have the technology to be able to look back 200 billion light years. So when an atheist makes a positive assertion that there's no God or nothing else out there that was involved in creating us, that's a faith-based comment.
No, also, once again, did he just put him versus Stephen? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you now have to pick who you are going to believe on cosmology. Are we going to go with Stephen Hawking, as he helped us understand Hawking radiation and that black holes are slowly leaking, or are we going to rely on Brett Keane? I feel like these are
Amy, Stephen Hawking, he was in a wheelchair, okay? He was
I didn't know that.
Wheelchair. And he never went to the moon, Amy.
Wait, can I ask you, does Brett have two working legs?
I haven't seen evidence that he does.
That's true. Well, I was going to say, if he does, clearly that his science has to be stronger than Stephen Hawking's.
Actually, I believe they fused it into the flipper.
Sending so much love. We're responding to Brett because I wish that just attack our own arguments. Just attack what we actually believe in. I think you'll have an easier time, maybe convincing others.
He just did it again. He misrepresented atheism. He said, we're asserting that there is no God, which is not what most of us are asserting. What we are asserting is we don't have any reason to believe in a God. We don't have a reason to think that this universe was caused by a God. If you have reason to think that, please present it. All you're doing though is saying, well, you don't know why, I don't know why, therefore God. That's really all that you have.
For atheists to make future predictions, it's almost like a cult in a religion itself. When you say science, just because science doesn't have the answer now, science will one day have it. I've heard so many atheists say that. If given time, science will answer all questions, and there will be no need for...
Not all questions. When you say all questions, that's the kind of religious stuff that you guys normally claim. We just have a great track record in science. Don't know what to say. It's pretty fantastic, yeah.
It works. And we've only been able to really challenge and question religion for what? A couple hundred years before... Where you wouldn't risk being imprisoned or
I was going to say, how long have we been allowed to do
that?
Yeah.
And in that amount of time, we have learned an amazing amount about the natural world. We haven't learned it all. We haven't answered every question. Science hasn't given us all the answers, but religion has given us none of the answers. None.
Zero.
And our God, this is what atheists claim. Well, how the hell do you know that that's the way it is? How do you know that we even have a future in the first place? How do you know that science is actually going to stay honorable?
Causality.
There's been so many times that scientists
Unless
have lied.
you're going to last Thursdayism and all these fucking hypotheticals.
Look, we don't know anything. We have good reason to believe based on the past, but no, the universe could end in 1 second. The universe, I mean, we just don't know. We don't have reason to think that, though. But we don't claim
made up information that isn't even real in order to sell books or for notoriety or popularity. There are so many scientists, especially those who are involved with biology.
Oh, remember the last time we did the video? No, it was that other guy. Remember the guy in the garage with the beard? And he was like, look at this book by Neil deGrasse Tyson. Look at this. And he's got his name on the cover. Ooh, to sell it.
Wasn't this guy, Brett opened up his stream with like, check out my art and check out my books and check out all the media I'm doing.
I mean, if a scientist writes a book and people want to buy it, what are you getting upset about?
Welcome to capitalism, baby.
And evolution who have smudged the facts. Take a look at fraudulent scientific stuff through Google. Type in scientists who committed frauds. You
generally don't get rich being a scientist. You do, however, get real rich being a preacher or a pastor or an imam.
Scientific frauds, huh? Yeah. And who do you think exposes those scientific frauds? Oh, the scientific community itself.
It's gotten to the point, ladies and gentlemen, where we can't trust our president. We can't trust our government. We can't trust politics. We can't trust what the hell we see on TV and movies. We can't trust
you really trust that you're going to get the truth from any politician?
I was going to say, James, could you give me a year where a politician was telling the truth? Just like,
if you think
give me a single one.
Objective truth from a politician. I mean, I don't want to tell you, Brett.
No, it's new. This is the first year it's happened.
Send us some of it, because that's crazy. Yeah.
It's coming out of the words of scientists because they're money-oriented. Money can take an altruistic person and turn them into a very evil, agenda-based person really quick.
Yeah, like religion?
Totally.
And we've seen it countless times, haven't we? We've seen it countless times how the story changes about the universe. Amy may not know this, but it used to be believed not too long ago.
Once again, science changes when new information comes in. That's the advantage to religion, which we get from the Quranists who say, listen, we have absolutely kicked the shit out of anyone who has ever tried to change a goddamn word in this book. It's been the same exact thing forever. And we're like, neat. That doesn't mean it's true, though. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't claim absolute knowledge, okay? All models are wrong. Some of them are useful. So what we're always doing is we're incorporating new data and getting closer to the truth, closer to reality. But we always realize that there is no absolute truth. Everything is built on assumptions.
But we also have very good models, though. I'm going to keep up with that. We don't need that. Well, I agree. Everything James is saying is 100% correct. But we don't need absolute truth. Planes fly because we are able to build the diagrams. We are able to use the science exactly. We are able to do what James said also at the very beginning, is we're able to look around and find out, which is just one of the strongest processes. Testing. You do it when you're a coder. You do it when you're an engineer. You do it in science.
And by the way, that's how our evolution works. Randomly altering DNA codes and seeing what works.
Seeing what sticks.
Whatever survives better in the environment. It's a slow, messy process, but that's the only thing nature has to work with.
The universe was eternal. I got an atheist friend named Adam Lohr who believes that the universe goes on and on and on forever.
Once again, he acts like this is a rare position with atheists, that we think that the universe could have been eternal. And that doesn't go. They think that this goes in contradiction to a Big Bang model, even though the Big Bang model is just as far back as we could go.
Right. And yeah, the way physicists talk about it changes. And for a while, I think they were kind of saying, no, you can't go before, nothing before, no time. But I think we recognize that there probably always had to be something eternal, like maybe just the energy was infinite in the past. Maybe it's banged before and collapsed and redone. I don't know. Multiple different possibilities.
And he also is an atheist who's convinced that if other people believe in the Big Bang, whether they're non-believer or religious or like.
And I was talking about this with someone that we don't have what we would call a theory of everything, which it doesn't really explain a theory of everything, but things break down on the subatomic level.
We don't have a quantum theory of gravity.
Mechanics, exactly.
Yeah, we don't have a quantum theory of gravity.
Things that are big generally are in the wheelhouse of general relativity. And so it's very strange to have something so big be so small. And so our understanding of anything that could come before, or even if that's coherent, doesn't make sense. Maybe one day we'll understand it, but just making fun of the scientist really doesn't help.
Doesn't see a difference between it, because any universe where you claim came into existence must mean that you're a creationist. You believe that it's possible for the supernatural to happen. Now, Amy's probably not going to understand what the hell I'm talking about on that. Why is the Big Bang supernatural?
Well, we understand
supernatural
it. You think it's stupid.
Yes. You don't know that it transcends the known universe. We don't, because we don't even know what that means. We know that it was just an expansion event that time and space is in.
And it would appear that possibly at that time all the fundamental forces were merged together, acting as one super force. We don't know what that would look like. We don't know. We've never been there.
For an event to happen outside of the laws of nature, something that prospers, something that flourishes, or something that happens without the laws of nature present. Well, as you can see, if you go back to the illuminating light that you see in this imagery of the Big Bang, there was a time where the universe hadn't been laid out yet. In the beginning of existence, there was no space, time, and matter in nature. So that means that that entire event of the creation of the universe, a lot
of words there: space, time, nature.
Whether you're an atheist or religious or not, the very event itself existed and happened, and its conclusion came from outside of the laws of the universe. This is the reason why naturalistic, humanistic atheists will never be able to answer the age-old question: where they came from, why they came from, all that.
We know where we came from.
Yeah.
We know.
Yeah.
We know naturalistically how we came about as multicellular organisms. We have good hypotheses, educated guess, keyword educated to why abiogenesis is real, or why it happened, because life coming from non-life would happen even in a God worldview. What is up, Mark? And we know how solar systems and galaxies form from stars and supernovae. What is up, Pragmatic Crystal? What is up, y'all?
You know what? The questions we can answer, okay, the answers he's proposing are just baseless assertions. He doesn't have anything to base them on. He's just saying, I don't like and I don't know, so I'm just going to make an answer up and baselessly assert it was a dude who did it. It was an entity. I don't have any evidence of that. I just can't think of another way that it would have happened, so I'm just saying it was an entity. I mean, okay, you're free to do that, but you don't have any basis for that.
And they still can't explain what is the materials, the substance, and the content that actually exist within this illuminating singularity that they speak of. Why did it create this? Why did the universe act in accordance as it did? Laying down perfect patterns and consistency, completely going against.
It could have been repulsive gravity. It kind of acts a little bit similar, just like our Big Bang, or looks like a singularity would look like a black hole. They share similar features.
I mean, I don't have any the explanation I've read that actually seems to make sense to me is that our universe is a 4-dimensional creation of a star that had 5 spatial dimensions going supernova in another universe. That's highly speculative, but I like it. But I'm not saying I have great evidence for it. But it seems to make a little bit of sense to me.
Maybe. I always like a notion of when a black hole is created, that it creates a white hole, which would be a repulsive energy, and that creates a small universe inside. And the energy, all the energy that it gets, the amount of repulsion that it gets is the amount of stuff that it's taken in. Once again, these are all just opinions. These are literal opinions from just stuff.
Because we can't go beyond plank time.
No, exactly.
Hypotheticals of chaos.
And nothing seems to survive going into a black hole.
I could go on all day about that, but I want to move along and we can get into some concepts of evolution. The atheists will say that you're stupid for believing in God, that evolution is true. Sure, if you open up a science book, it's going to say
evolution is true. Stupid for believing in God. I would just say you have an unjustifiable belief. You believe something without just reason.
Oh, that would wash away the rain, let me tell you.
Say that things are true. It's going to say things are real. But if you were to ask an atheist, do you have anything besides cartoon pictures and illustrations inside of the science book? Have you actually observed a human being?
Oh my goodness. Again, first of all, this is an illustration trying to help you understand
people who are not
the
scientists.
Model. Yes, who are not scientists. No, this is what the universe actually looks like right there, Brett. It even has the white lines. Those white lines are actually chilling out there in space.
Here's the thing. It's like he wants the hyper technical, chalkboard full of equations, that he wants all that, but he can't understand all that. So he gets these pictures he is able to, but he's not satisfied with them. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry, Brett.
Yeah, take an undergraduate course, survive those, then go into graduate, and then after you become Dr. Brett Keene, then explain to us why, you think that your model is correct, because you seem to not like this model.
But to be clear, this is not what the physicists are working with. This is just a very simplified, dumbed down image for people like us to be able to understand it.
Literally, this is a composite image, and once again, he may not be stupid, but he's being stupid. The fact that this is there's like literally multiple things put together so that you could understand a concept, that it was no light, and then this is just them symbolizing the amount of energy that was going into the Big Bang event. This is the early imprint. And then we have the first stars going out and the energy go. Once again, it's almost like 1, 2, there's 3, and then there's this 4 that you could almost count into one long 4.5. There's like 4 things going on here. So yes, Brett, that's why a graph and
it's like what they do with the tree of life, and they're like, oh, okay, so tell me how a Homo erectus gave birth to a Homo ergaster. How did that happen? Well, very slowly, over a long period of time, very gradually. Just because it shows that sequence does not mean it was a one generation jump.
The mother and the child were the exact same species.
Every
time. If you looked at that child and then a generation 1,000 or 1,000,000 ago, they may have been a completely different species. Dun, 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 dun.
Me, people like Kent Holen, Matt Powell, and many others, we didn't come up with this shit. I didn't just wake up.
No, you did. In fact, you named the man who kind of did come up with a lot of these stereotypes. I'm sure he got it from
the
Gish and all this.
A lot of them.
But yeah.
Up one morning and say to myself, oh, well, if you don't believe in God, then you must believe you come from rocks. That's not the way my brain worked, Amy. I used to be an atheist, and I was interested in knowing.
Yeah,
it don't tell us that shit, Brett. Don't tell us that. Come on,
I was going to say, it kind of is, Brett.
There was no God, and there was no higher power, or we were not dependent on an alien.
And you know, this is like the Khalil thing, and I always say this, like, if you're an atheist, right, and someone just comes along to you and says, yo, Amy, so you're an atheist, right? Oh, okay. All right, well, so if you're an atheist, then where do you think everything came from? Why is there something, not nothing? And that totally I never thought about that before. Whoa. Why is there even anything? I don't know. It must have been a god. No, it's like, if you've been an atheist, you probably had to cross that hurdle on your way to becoming an atheist. You probably had to wrestle with that in your mind and say, yeah, I mean, I don't know why there is something rather than nothing, but my lack of knowledge on that is not a good enough reason to cling to these Iron Age, Bronze Age fables in these holy books. It's just not. You know, there are things we don't know, we don't understand about the natural world. That does not mean the solution is to pick up these Bronze Age myths and just go with that. It's not. And if you've been an atheist for any length of time, you've never had to cross that hurdle, you've never contemplated that, and then Ken Hovind comes along and just blows your mind, I don't know what to tell you. You were an atheist for the wrong reasons, because you never really thought that shit through.
I agree. Yeah, purple rhymes with orange. And what's up, Leophilius? Yeah, he is butchering. He is in essence saying, I think he said it once, I think he'll say it again, that we believe in the Big Bang because of faith.
And then what else fucking made sense was what I asked myself, because I truly wanted to know what the reality was.
No, you didn't.
And I come to the conclusion that we would probably have to continue to go backwards, even if we were to use a graph of evolution, the tree of life, as they call it. You would have to go back and back and back to the point where there's nothing left of us, that we come out of non-living material, spontaneous generation.
Yeah.
Basically coming.
No. So you were an atheist. You're on mute.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Spontaneous generation is a debunked old hypothesis that people used to believe in, and we no longer in science believe in that.
So not only was he an atheist who never contemplated origin of the universe, and that blew him away, he also never contemplated origin of life. So also, He was an atheist. He didn't believe in God.
Right.
But he had no knowledge, no idea of how life could have came about without a God. And then someone just comes along and says, well, Brett, okay, if you're an atheist, then where did life come from? And that just blows his mind. Like, whoa, I never thought about that before. No, obviously, we think it had to come from a naturalistic means. Obviously. That is still a hypothesis. That is not a theory. There are multiple competing hypotheses for how that could have happened. We haven't confirmed one of them yet. And that's science is honest about that. We're not telling you we've done something we haven't done. They're upfront about it. They'll tell you, yeah, we have different models we're working with. We just don't know yet. And that's the right answer when that's the truth. Once again, our lack of knowledge, our ignorance on things like that is not a license to engage in delusion and fantasy, just conjecture and speculation and inventing gods as answers to these things that we just don't know yet. Now, you could do that. It's just not intellectually sound. Why would you want to? Unless you just want there to be a God. You just like the idea of there being a God, so you're just going to use any gap in our knowledge, in our understanding of reality, to hide your God in. And that's basically what religion has been doing. Just looking for the gaps in our knowledge and filling those with God. And then, as always, as we answer more questions, as we chase God out of those gaps in our knowledge, they'll just retreat to other ones.
From nothing. A lot of atheists don't understand whenever they're listening to somebody like Kent Hovind, why does he bring the universe into question whenever talking about evolution? Because a lot of atheists think that evolution begins just shortly after abiogenesis, which shows me that they don't even know what abiogenesis is. Abiogenesis is actually, by definition, the very beginning of the process of evolution on Earth. Evolution doesn't begin on Earth. Evolution begins.
Once again, they like to conflate subjects. They like to pretend like abiogenesis and evolution are the same, that there is a cosmic evolution, but evolution, we're generally speaking, the biological means by natural selection.
And this is where I want to point out once again the amazing job that Ian Chen did trolling Ken Hovind. If you remember that last debate, Ian Chen, he began his opening by stating that he accepts Ken Hovind's definition of evolution, all the levels, he's fine with it. And then Ian Chen went around to demonstrating how we know that the universe is old and the starlight issues and all that. And then, a few minutes into this, and Ken Hovind's like, whoa, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're here to talk about evolution. We're here to talk about evolution. What is all this about? And then Ian's like, but Kent, you're the one who says cosmology, astronomy, all that's part of evolution, right? You're the guy who says that. Now you don't want to talk about that. Now, when it's convenient for you, you just want to stick to biology. But in any other context, you want to go to cosmology. And then Ken Hovind went to say, well, I mean, yeah, once you present evidence for biological evolution, then yes, of course, I reserve the right to then go back and move the goalpost and demand that you then explain abiogenesis and the Big Bang, and you got to explain all this.
Also,
basically, you can't win.
I don't know if we went over this, but if not, we're going to go over it again, which is the $2 super chat, which is computer programming is awesome. Brett, just a PSA out there that computer programming is, in fact, number one. Sending love out there also to all the subfields of information systems and cybersecurity and graphic design. We love y'all. And all right, with that, we're breaking back into Skeptic and Ranting. Do atheists believe we come from nothing? No.
the moment that the universe actually comes into existence. They call it cosmic evolution, where they talk about all the particles and properties
More
of the
Ken
universe
Hovind talking
evolving
points,
and forming the materials and substances that create our world, create our stars, and everything that exists around us that we require and depend on in order for an evolutionary process to actually work on the world we live in. I repeatedly brought up the topic, the Fermi paradox, which is supposedly evolution and abiogenesis worked on Earth, but there's billions of planets, according to the claims of scientists, that have no life forms, no abiogenesis, and nothing has ever happened.
He is
now, Amy asked this weird question: why do you?
He is butchering the Fermi paradox.
To verify that there's no life forms on other planets. The only other planet I think we've been to is Mars. Venus. Did we send a probe to Venus? Yeah.
But the Fermi paradox is, why is no one here? Is that it seems to be that life formed early on during the planet's existence, and thus, if it happens so fast here, why has it happened so fast other places, and thus, where is everybody? I think, like James and I were just discussing, that it probably has happened. There are probably lights on other places. It's just how many have become the level of civilizations to make contact and are close enough. You know, whole bunch of factors in play.
I think the answer is that we still have religion. And any intelligent species out there would know that to make overt contact with us would be harmful, because we still depend on this fucking bullshit religious systems. And they would know that a great chunk of the people would regard them as demons or as the spawn of Satan, and what that would do to our society.
They looked here and decided that there was no intelligent life on Earth.
You think that no life forms are on Venus yesterday? I understand that there's worlds made out of gas that are just forming or are very old, but they haven't got physical substance for something to live on it.
Oh, yes. Brett is at least an old earther. There you go. Credit where credit's due.
Now.
Boom. Yes, now. Which I'll accept. You know what? We evolve.
Hey, he evolved.
Change our position.
Yeah, but he changed.
When we get new information. That is a
year ago.
Thing.
He was a Ken Hovind fanboy. He was.
Well, and it's something that you probably can't talk around. That you learn what it's probably not going to go around talking about how he's a cross-dresser to everybody. Though he made one video. Hopefully he makes another video addressing why he's making so many LGBTQ videos. Oh,
and
anyway.
Is he, in fact, wearing a dress while he makes those videos?
Maybe he can join the pants apologists down here. James, there are only two sections of anti-gay people now, which is we'll have religious over here, but the other two are: do you like to suck big D's, or do you think you look better than me in a dress? Those are the only two categories.
Well, I'll tell you, Amy, I'm not gay, but let's hook up sometime.
I also, this is how it also works. It's generally like, I'm not gay. I fully treat you as a woman, and I could definitely suck a big old D, right? It's like, okay.
Will you put it in my ass? I'm not gay, but will you put it in my ass?
Which, once again, I am pansexual. I have no problem.
She's down with it all.
That's a problem for someone else. Exactly. It sounds more like a great night. Give me another 5 minutes. We'll make the magic happen that they don't believe in. Anyway, we are talking. Brett Keegan responds to atheist Amy Newman. I'm sending love, Brett. I feel like if you got out of fundamentalism, you're already escaping a cult. Okay, if it's not a zombie or not as so, if you've moved away from zombie Jesus to alien Jesus, I guess that's a step closer. If it's not even an alien Jesus, but it's just like what are these aliens that you believe in then? I want to know, like, is it just like a panspermia type of are they just matter that came from a different planet? Or was it an intelligent life form that was like, oh no, we're putting life on Earth. We were shopping around. We were going like planet, ooh, blue and green. And so, like, you know, they pick that one. I would love to know. I want the evidence. If you're saying you know, and that really does put on tentative theist grounds, if I have to say so, because you're giving in to creatures that at this point are natural, and you're just saying they're gods because they're like stronger than us. I know politicians that are stronger than us. Wouldn't worship them. I tell you what, wouldn't make me a theist. I don't know. We'll find out maybe on another response video. The next response video has handicap fantasies. I feel like just that's a different. There's got to be somewhere on Pornhub for that. You just got to find a different way out. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But scientists also claim that there are planets out there that are actually better off than Earth itself, that are younger, more beautiful, have more life, and all this kind of stuff. This is the claim, but we've never actually observed it. Yeah, take a look at Goldilocks planets and all that. Plenty of imagery, plenty of pictures, and all this kind of stuff where they say that there's Earth-like planets out there, but there's absolutely no life forms on any of them.
And we know that how?
I know that about, 15 years ago, there was a big thing on the news about supposedly they had a remote control machine running around on Mars, and they may have found some weird liquid like shit sitting on a rock, and they said to themselves, well, there you go, that's life forms. We've got something moving around right there.
No, it's that Mars is in the circumstellar habitable zone.
It's possible they have life.
Spoiler alert, I'll talk in my outro. And that there may have been life there one day. It doesn't look like there's life there right now.
Most of its atmosphere doesn't have a magnetic field to shield
maybe
it.
Underground, under rock, under layers, there's still organisms, but we don't have evidence for it. So it's just speculation.
We just don't know.
Once again, though, it's like if we had any of this stuff for supernatural events, we would be in a different ball game, a different podcast. But the miracles that they put forward to us now are like grandma got healed from her cancer that they said was never gonna go into remission. Was she on?
And then she died 6 months later.
Yeah, but oftentimes she'll heal
of cancer.
But generally it's the science that is
that's
doing.
Ken Hoven with his first son-in-law. He was making videos saying my son-in-law he got cancer and he was taking these B17 apricot seeds and it cured his cancer. He died of cancer about 5 months later. So,
well, that is because you shouldn't take alternative medicine. But yes,
right. And I don't know if he was getting regular treatment or if he trusted Kent to just cure his cancer with these apricot seeds. I don't know. Either way, he's dead.
Reminds me of Herman Cain, just separately, natural.
That's something important to look at, but so far we haven't communicated with anything. Unless you watch Fox News or one of these news stations that are looking for ratings and profit, they are claiming that many UFOs and weird stuff has been caught on camera. But back to the concept of evolution just for a moment, Amy. If I were to ask you simply out, if you could actually be...
you took a pot shot at the people. That's a weird pot shot. It just sounded like to me like these people who try to sell you that there are aliens. Okay, whatever. Moving forward.
Intellectually honest with just yourself. Okay. You have never seen a fish turn into a completely different creature.
Holy fucking shit. That's true, Brett. I have never seen a fish turn into another creature because that would be what I call Pokemon evolution, where you literally want another organism to just go like start flashing and then like it go whoop, 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 and it grows into a bigger, more strong, like it's got muscles now and it's ripped. Like that's not really how evolution works.
Yeah, more than enough evidence in the fossil record that shows the progression of life on Earth.
simple.
You don't want to acknowledge it.
goes to
You don't want to
complex
believe it.
organisms.
That's on you.
You've never seen creatures go ahead and change. I couldn't believe myself yesterday. I was listening into Amy and her host.
Oh, you see, I love it. And he does it. He has to know who you are. I love that. Is it like,
Yeah.
Come
on, Brett.
But they know these answers. I don't understand why they seem baffled. Like an organism could change to an organism. Yeah, it takes a little bit longer than our own lifespan because we can only make like a few generations. I don't know if you know how like we work, but it takes, a little while. Unlike fruit flies, that's the reason why we use fruit flies in so many experiments, because we can churn those fuckers out so fast. We can do experimentations. We use pea pods.
But we'll never turn them into a whale because they're always going to be a fly because they're already flies.
Indeed. We're not going to get that big of speciation change.
And our host actually said, we're not actually monkeys. We're simply related to them.
Oh, this is another thing. Yes.
Why do I can't believe after all these years,
related to them.
There's still some people out there, and I'm not trying to be ignorant to Amy, our host, but that's fucking stupid.
Yes, you are.
I'm not a...
No. I want to be clear. And see, this is why every once in a while, I keep on using the word stupid in this podcast, and then he uses it in a stupid way, and it makes me go, God damn it. Brett, this type of stuff is taught in middle school, okay? Yes, we share common ancestry with monkeys. It's not even that far away, okay? There are old and new world apes, and then we have categories of monkeys within them. We are apes. So we share common ancestry a little bit more with chimpanzees and bonobos. We share a little bit more DNA. But if you go a little bit further back, we share common ancestry with monkeys. You go further back and we share common ancestry with squirrels. Do you know why? Because we're mammals.
We are related to squirrels, though. We are not squirrels.
Yes, that is a PSA. I don't want you to wake up suddenly and be like, holy shit, I'm a squirrel. I do want to just put it out
climbing up a tree, collecting acorns.
But we're all mammals, and we're always going to be mammals, even if humans one day speciate. We out there in the galaxy.
Well, when they're speaking incredibly unintelligently, they use the term monkeys as like an umbrella term for ape, even though monkeys is more specific than that. Yeah, we're all apes. We are not monkeys. They are cousins. Monkeys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are most closely related to chimpanzees, closest. But yeah, apes are related to monkeys. Get over it. That's the reality of it.
I just don't understand how they can say things. It goes back to my saying silly things with confidence is what young Earth and I guess just old Earth creation. I don't know what exactly, if you believe it's old, then what is your...
Beef with evolution, right?
Yeah, what's your beef with evolution? What's your beef with the Big Bang cosmology?
A monkey. I'm just related to one. Are you kidding me? I'm not a monkey, but I'm related to one. Well, how exactly do you think that you're related to one? When you say I'm related to a monkey, that would mean that at some point in time in your existence, a monkey fucked a monkey, right? Or was it a monkey?
Holy shit. See, now we're getting to science, James.
That a human, and that's why we have humanities. What are you talking about? If you're related...
No, Brett. No. Species continue to diversify. They don't. Evolution doesn't happen when species cross. That's not the main mechanism.
That's exactly how it works, James. Is that one time a human came over and fucked a monkey. That's That's exactly. We're basically talking science now.
And
it means
no, go ahead. Just
that you share genetics with the thing, and it means that you believe that you came from part monkey or all monkey. Obviously, you believe that there was a point where humans did not exist, right?
Yes.
There was a point in the world on Earth, according to you, that humans were not around.
Right.
Just fucking monkeys. And before monkeys, when there was a day where monkeys didn't exist, there were other creatures. And before that, other creatures. And before that, for 4.5 billion years.
You're familiar with Wikipedia, Brett. Look up human evolution in Wikipedia. Okay? It will give you the steps, a rough presentation of the different homos.
But can you imagine if that's how evolution worked? Like just another animal met another animal, and they just they bagged it out till one of them fucked another, and they just got another like a hybrid organism.
Well, Amy, the whales are only interested in having sex with the other whales. I've never seen a whale try to fuck a pine tree and have
They're not trying hard enough.
I've never seen hamsters grow off a cornstalk. I mean, this is ridiculous. This evolutionism. Hey, Ian. Hey, we got Dale out there too. Good to see you, Dale. Mark.
Sending love, everyone, for still hanging out with us too. Sending love for Sky and Flum and Mark and Kathy and all you out there.
This is like what we're trying to explain to Brett is like the basic level shit with evolution. This is the basics, and he's been talking about this for how long, and he still doesn't get it. At this point, that's why I say he's either not capable of getting it, or he refuses to get it. He doesn't want to get it.
Just go away from the superstition, the conspiracy theories. You know, it seems like you were. I don't know what the we know what the anti-trans thing is now. But, once you get through that, I feel like just accept science and life's just probably going to be a lot easier.
Is what you believe. And finally, it works its way down to absolutely fucking nothingness. Just slithery shit floating around in the ocean, right? You believe you came from that. You're related to a fucking booger in a pond. You're related to the...
What? A booger in a pond?
Now he's doing reductio ad absurdum. Another fallacy.
But that's not what we believe. They always say we believe we come from pond scum, and that they always try and make, like when we say, they're trying to make hydrothermal vents sound stupid. Once again, that's just what intelligent people have created talking points to give to. Oh man, well, it's so mean, and yet
once again,
let's say people that are not highly using their rationality, not being very smart.
The frog. You're related to every combination of life form on the planet. That's the story.
It's like what's the last thing you said? I forgot.
Well, he's basically just saying that people who accept this model are not being, they're being stupid. But we have a little bit, we'll probably trigger the last thing because we are talking, do atheists believe that we come from nothing?
Booger in a pond. You're related to the frog. You're related to every combination of life.
Yeah, it's like when they try to straw man, like, oh, are you related to a monkey or a fish? And like how, well, of course the answer is yes. And only they think it's funny, just as a self-soothing mechanism. They're like, yeah, you guys think that's stupid too, right? Yeah, we all think that's stupid. Yeah, that's really stupid, right? Like, look at they want to be reassured that you think that's stupid too, right? And that's the same thing with like a biogenesis, which is a scientific hypothesis that is considered legitimate science by scientists, and they think it's stupid. So they're like, yeah, pond scum, right? It's boogers in a pond, right?
They also
total bullshit, right?
They talk about things like abiogenesis because evolution is a fact. Evolution is what happens wherever life is. It's happening not only here, but if life is happening on some other planet, evolution is taking place. It is like gravity. It is
unless the life is completely
process.
foreign to anything we're familiar with. Yeah.
The planet. That's the story of evolution, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't make the shit up. I'm just telling you what it is that you claim is real. I find it so unusual that I have to explain to people their own fucking belief system. And it is a belief system. Because none of you have ever seen a real fucking dinosaur in your life besides Jurassic Park, if you consider CGI real.
This is what I mean. Wouldn't it have just been better to attack our actual beliefs? Like, the vast majority of this is almost nothing that actually what atheists believe. It's kind of ridiculous.
You haven't seen a dinosaur, Amy, so you just believe what science tells you that they lived a long time ago. You weren't there in the Garden of Eden. You didn't see Adam and Eve riding on T-Rex.
James, we need talking snakes. Stat.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, there's a lot of things we didn't witness on Earth. There's a lot of things that happened long ago that we just have to extrapolate. We have to use our intellectual toolkit to infer things, to learn things about the natural world
that happened before we were around to directly observe them. And we can do that. If you don't like it, if it gives you an answer that you don't like, I'm sorry.
None of you have ever observed a man or a woman or child come from a fucking baboon. What? So when you say that it happened without any observable evidence, which science dictates that you need observable evidence in order to present facts, it's a faith-based.
We have observable evidence.
When you have DNA at a crime scene on a knife, you don't need the killer in there pointing to it going, I used that knife. That is the entire point of science.
The fingerprints are on it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, Amy, can we observe the fossil record? Can we look at the fossils in the? We can observe that, right? And we can see a record of life on Earth, and that is evidence. So we can observe evidence of the evolutionary history of life on Earth with evidence. You don't have to sit there and watch it happen. And that doesn't mean we should pretend we know what we know just because we couldn't sit there and watch it.
Yep, it's not faith.
Assertion. Saying something is real and that something happened without no way of being able to repeat it or prove it or demonstrate it, it's nothing more than a fucking belief system.
Prove things in
you didn't see abiogenesis happen. You didn't see the universe form.
That's a math term.
Yeah.
You've never seen a world come into existence on your own. So you saying all this stuff is true because, well, science says so. Well, who is the science that you speak of? That's one of the weird things about atheism.
The process.
It's a body of knowledge. It's a process of obtaining information about the natural world and the body of knowledge we get from it. But once again, we're not claiming absolute perfect knowledge, and you don't have to have perfect absolute knowledge to claim you know something. All knowledge is provisional, Brett. Everything is provisional. It's all based on other things. And we're not afraid of updating it if we find new things.
It's also the best process that we know of from discerning fact from fiction. And you know what we know doesn't work? Religion.
It's not perfect. It's just the best that we have.
You said that science says a lot of fucking things. Science told us that the dinosaurs were reptilian. Other scientists are telling us they're giant chicken-like creatures.
Yeah,
some scientists say that the universe had a beginning.
No, not all dinosaurs were avian, but all avians are dinosaurs because, once again, how the hierarchy of clades work. I don't know what to tell you.
Other scientists say no, it's eternal, or it's in a state. Who are you listening to? The ones that sound good to you, the ones that tickle your ears. There's a lot of religious people that are like that.
I mean,
where they go to a church.
Tickle your ears? Even if it is what it is. It's not. I mean, do you have a stake in whether it's eternal or cyclical or no? I don't think it.
Like we get a fucking choice.
It's not affecting our fate.
Exactly. We can see a lot.
sense to you, you know. But it's not like we're just picking something that sounds good.
It's not biblical, or there's nothing to be able to demonstrate. There's some people who will join churches just simply because they like the way the preacher talks, or the way he sounds, or says things they like to hear. The Bible speaks of people like this, where they basically tread on thin ice. They just believe whatever sounds good to them. Well, there's a lot of atheists like that too. In the search of life and consciousness and trying to understand one's own existence, some people have gotten fucking lazy. They don't want the truth. They just want something that sounds good. There's a difference between actual facts and evidence and just believing some shit because it makes you fucking feel good. Believe it or not, Amy, making the assertion on my own part that there's a God, it doesn't bring me a whole lot of joy and happiness. I'm not a Pentecostal where I'm out there dancing and screaming and flopping all over the fucking floor. The idea that there's a God that is stating that there's going to be consequences and that there's many religious people, including atheists, who are going to be fucking destroyed is not a pleasant thought for me. When I read passages in the Bible where this entity that is far more advanced than humanity makes a decision to sometimes pulverize its human pets, that doesn't make me feel good. I don't go, oh, well, it is what it is.
Okay, come on. Is he hinting at the Bible guy is an alien? That's kind of what I'm. Come on, I can't tell because every time he goes like he makes a really crazy claim. He kind of like he hedges it a little, and then he goes and he makes a little bit, and so.
And then he's trying to sell it like, oh, I don't just believe in a God because I want there to be a God. Like,
oh no, I'm really convinced.
It's scary because we're accountable, and I would like not to be accountable, but I realize we're accountable and we're going to be judged. And it's
James, when I hear that Alien Jesus in part chapter 1 drowned a whole bunch of babies, it scares the out of me.
You know. But Brett, at the end of the day, why do people cling to these religious systems? Primarily, it gets you around fear of death. You think you get to live forever. And maybe you make a quintessential deal with the devil and you're willing to accept all the evil, bad, horrible shit this God does as long as you're on the nice list and you get to live forever. And you'll be down with it. Okay, well, I mean, it sucks that there's a hell and people be burning there, but I mean, as long as I'm not going to be one of them at the end of the day, that's also what's important, right?
I really do want to emphasize how much of an alien it is, because if they are alien overlords, you are on Team Human, right? Team Earthling, right? Like, I'm not worshiping them, or I don't know what power is going on with Yahweh here. Have you seen Men in Black? Well, that too. But what was the other Will? Damn, Will Smith has done a lot of alien movies.
Independence Day.
Independence Day. I feel like, come on now, we all want to be the person in the delivering that virus. You want to be the good guys. You don't want to be the alien overlords. Unless you slap Chris Rock, then you don't want to do it. What were we talking about? We are actually getting into the end of the response video to Brett Keane, where he just has, kind of butchered evolution, the Big Bang. Hopefully he will learn not from us, but from, maybe just not butcher Sean Carroll. Wikipedia. He's a great researcher. Wikipedia. Go look at the sources. Don't just ask a question and then butcher. And the algorithm actually gave you something.
Go to your local middle school. Go to your local middle school. Sneak into a biology class. Just put a hat on. Sit in the back, and just listen before they realize that you don't go there and throw you out. Maybe you'll learn something.
Maybe. We can. I believe in you. We're going to get into the end game here, and we're having fun because this is so... I told James it was so silly.
Tell them you identify as a 12-year-old middle school student, and that's why you're there to learn biology. Probably learn a little bit, Brett.
Probably. I mean, this is the age range that, I mean, some of the cosmology stuff is probably a little bit more in upper high school, but I mean, like biology, evolution, start learning those subjects.
And then you can ask the middle schoolers if humans evolved from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? And they could probably give you an answer on that.
They absolutely could give you that is what breaks my heart. Is that I 100% know that, just like I know how there's a good amount of middle schoolers who could beat me a spelling bee, I absolutely apparently know that there's a bunch of middle schoolers that can beat Brett Keane and other, hopefully, in biology.
Cosmology.
Doesn't have to be this way. Really doesn't have to. It's not like stuff that James and I have an opinion about. These are facts.
You don't have to have a stupid. You can get a better belief system. It's out there.
Is right or all that. I've struggled with this, Amy, but at the same time, I have to tell myself whether I like something or not, or whether I enjoy something or it feels good. I have to go towards what the truth is, and to me,
and that's exactly why I could say I'm an atheist.
Is that been what we've been listening to tonight? We've been listening to the cold, hard truth, James.
You know, I mean, it's not like I was going around saying, man, this whole idea about going to heaven and living forever and getting to be, that just sucks. I hate that, Amy. How terrible is that? I want to just be in a cold, dark universe that doesn't care about me, where one day I'm just going to die and that's going to be it. And all my hopes and dreams and thoughts and wishes will die with me, and then I'll be put in the ground, and that's just it. I didn't come up with that because it sounds good. Came up with that because that's really seems to be the reality of the situation.
And yet, just because that is the 100% cold hard truth, doesn't mean you have to give up on life and not have a good life.
Yeah. Once again, just because the party has to end doesn't mean there's no point in going.
Yes, exactly. It'd be like in the middle of the party and starting to just cry in the middle of it because the party is going to end.
Wait, you mean this isn't going to go on forever?
Forever and ever?
No, man. It's 2 a.m. A couple more hours and you got to go home. I got to clean this place up. I got to work tomorrow. But we can't stay forever. We can't just keep partying all night.
Speaking of which,
the hookers and the blow and the Grey Goose, that comes to an end. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude.
I'm sorry. Those are only.
It's going to end in about
Tuesdays.
an hour and a half. Yeah, sorry.
But you can come back next Tuesday, same time.
There you go.
Me believing that there's more to the universe than nothingness is more logical and rational. It's more consistent with the way life actually works in reality than what it is that you view. Amy and your host, I'm not going to do like you guys do. You both claim that we're friends.
And my host.
We get along and all that. And I think we do. I think that Brett Keane gets along.
I just like it. I just think it's funny because he just name checks you. He's actually angry at a lot of your points that he brings up. He's angry.
I am cordial with you, Brett, but I would not call you a friend. And I'm not trying to insult you. I mean, if you, I don't. I interact with you on here, but I mean, I wouldn't call you a friend. Amy probably does. Amy is 1,000 times nicer and more humanitarian than I am, and that's just she is a great person. But
I feel the same way about you, James. But I mean, Brett, we don't just say this stuff because it's what we want to believe in. We say this because we are just lending our ears to the experts and trying to take in what they tell us for peer review. We go to the people that actually know what they're talking about.
People who know more than us.
But with that, we are going to the end game because we got to finish out, and then we're going to do. I do, and then I'm going to do outro. But it's like a 2-minute outro or something like that, and then we will see you guys soon. We're going to be premiering lots more things. We are going to be having lots more live streams and all sorts of different at mid-afternoon, night, and late night. Those will probably be our three different.
Purple rhymes with orange. You're absolutely right about that. The idea of the Christian
heaven seems horrible, but don't worry. God will make it so that as you're mindlessly praising him forever, you will love every minute of it. There is nothing you would ever even think about doing. The very thought of doing anything else would be like horrible. You would never want to do anything else. You'll love every second of it. You'll be a mindless automaton zombie praising the zombie Jesus, but you'll love every second of it.
And I'll show you, and I'll tell you why he's mad at me. So, like, if I go on here, I almost want to share screen, and maybe I will in the next one because of the fucking thing. But, like, if I were to go to videos right now, and I go to, so if I just do Control F, LGBTQ is 3, trans is holy shit, 13 videos on, or multiple, because sometimes he uses trans 1 or 2 times, but over almost a dozen videos on trans.
Trans that.
If I put in gay, there's one. Almost all his video content has become about LGBTQ
the LGBT
stuff.
community, yeah, just kicking them.
And I was like, well, what the fuck's up, Brett? Like, I thought you were going away from fundamentalism, and so why? And he was like,
Mommy might be right about that, because I said the first thing when that happened, I said, is Brett just mad that when he was going through these issues, it wasn't really an option? And is he now kicking himself that he didn't look into transitioning? And I mean, I don't know that. I'm just speculating. But is he mad that, like, look, I didn't get to do it. I wish I would have. So therefore, nobody should do it because I missed out on it. I don't know.
What's up with the back?
And Purple Eyes with Orange, who wants to be a mindless puppet. Yeah, that's why the Christian claim about free will, why that really doesn't resonate, because their ultimate goal is to get to a point where they will have no free will. They will be a mindless puppet with no free will, mindlessly praising God because that is what they are programmed to do, and they will love every second of it. So it seems like we just have free will, so God can send a bunch of people to hell.
Yeah. Be his big old cheerleader or burn in hell. But so I bring this up to Brett, and he responded with, well, hey, you do all these videos about God, making this up, but you must be God sexual or something like that. And it's like, well, no, that's our shtick. Like, we are counter apologetics. Yes. And
he used to be across it. Now he's against
well,
it,
and that is what happened. I made a joke after this, and going into like a quick back and forth, and made a joke to like James, like, it's like we're a week away from Brett coming out. You know this, right? And like, sure enough, within a week, he posted a video.
I get a message from Amy saying, okay, it happened.
Because it's never not this. It's never a completely secure heterosexual man who is an atheist who is completely against transgender and LGBTQ. Like, it just never happens. It's always just guys who love the Deig, or
you know what happened? I was at Burger King today, and there was a tranny in the line in front of me. It was horrible. Horrible. She ordered a burger and a soda with fries, and she ate that burger and fries, and I had to sit there and watch her. And I didn't know she was trans, and I thought she kind of had a nice ass. And then I saw she was trans, and I wanted to go in the bathroom and hang myself. Because I'm not gay.
I do sometimes I had a guy who would argue with me for a long time and called trans degenerates, and it turned out that he had a sexual experience with transgender people, and might even be. And then you're like, oh, okay, It's like, but nonetheless.
That
so,
was in Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Stays
I
in
fucking
Vegas,
trained
exactly.
In Vegas, yeah.
It's not really gay if you actually do it backwards, also. But what's us? Well, it turns out that within a week, like I said, posted a video that said he had gender confusion. He, at certain points, he didn't feel like he felt like the women were being treated like princesses and his all around him, and where he was told to be like tough and really could, and he wasn't really that tough looking as a young boy, and he may have tried on his mother's clothing. And then he had an experience at one point where his girlfriend was putting on, clothing or also doing his makeup. But I mean, it totally was because she was cute. And that's the only reason I was letting her do it. And even though it seems to be a trend at this point, but like totally, she made me against my will.
This is as a teenager, because I remember being like 4 years old and I saw my mom painting her toenails. I thought that looked cool. So I said, what's that? So I asked my mom if she would paint my toenails, and she did, and it was fun. But after that,
it had nothing to do with gender.
Right. No, it was just I had no way to associate that. I hadn't been trained that is associated with female. It just
and I know guys that they're probably a little bit more feminine than most, but they still are very much attracted to women. And then
put your mom's high heels on because I wonder what it's like to walk in those. It looks hard to walk.
But at a certain point, it does seem like you may be a feminine creature, a feminine, like. Nonetheless, I got my answer. And and so now we're probably gonna have a back and forth of this thing, these love letters that Brett and I, will write to each other. However, like, I wish I could just get you fully on team science. Like, I don't care if you are a cross-dresser. Like I said, either you were or you're no longer, and you just now consider yourself a really tough, masculine guy who likes to ride bikes and change them, and the oil just splashes all over your face. Fantastic. Like, be you, but don't take it. It just seems like go pick another
Why
thing.
Obsess over how other people, what they're doing, just what makes. How does Amy, being who she is, living how she lives, how does that affect you, and why is that something that you should be angry about? It literally has no effect on you. If you don't want to have sex with her, don't have sex with her. If that's not your thing, it's not your thing. But
and if you
you'll
do,
be okay.
Then Rachel and myself have a sign-up sheet right at the bottom.
Yeah, because there's plenty of people who are down for that, so she'll be fine.
It's yes, accept yourself and accept science, I think, is going to be the motto of this episode.
With everybody, I always try to put my best foot in whenever I step into a room or talk with people. I'm always willing and open-minded to be people's friend and care for them and all this. But Amy, you and a lot of your ilk, whatever you want to call it, you have this thing where if people don't think like you, then they're fucking stupid. I mean, you actually, both of you said things like, he's stupid. And people who think this way.
And he completely sees that opposite, because I remember that part of the conversation very specifically, and it was, no, we're having a heated debate right now, and it's that my co-host, you may know him, James. Yes, my co-host James thinks that you have not. I mean, you, in his defense in this argument, you have been explained evolution and Big Bang cosmology thoroughly,
multiple times,
just like Ken
many
Holen,
different ways, as simply as it can possibly be made. It's been broken down and spoon-fed to you as easy as it can be made.
And so he is putting forth the argument that there may be a level here that we're hitting. And yet I feel the opposite. I have put forward, Brett. I think it has come from religious indoctrination. I want to believe that maybe you just had stars in your eyes with Kent or something, and somehow you think that you didn't just start believing this one day, which is what I absolutely believe happened, because they don't teach this in K through 12 education system. Lordy, 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 have they tried.
But once again, Brett, let me reiterate that I'm not here saying I'm the most smartest, brainiac, super intelligent guy in the world. Like I gave the example last time. You could go to Google, okay, and you can pull up a bunch of tensor calculus equations. I won't understand any of it. I will not be able to make heads or tails of it. They could all be wrong. I wouldn't know. Okay, I'm not that smart. I haven't learned any of that. Okay, that's just the reality of it. But what would be stupid for me to do is to say, I don't get it. Therefore, it's all nonsense. It's all bullshit because I don't understand it. That would be stupid because, you know what? I might not get it. I don't understand it. But there are people who do. And those people who understand it, they make planes that fly, satellites that orbit. They send probes to Pluto that take pictures of a planet that's moving and billions of miles away, and they make it work. So it seems like there's something they got going for them. So even though I don't get it, it certainly seems like there's something to it. And sometimes we just have to say we don't know, but there are people smarter than us that do, and that's okay.
Are stupid. Well, Albert Einstein said, the more I study science, the more I believe in God. Whether you want to call it a popularity fallacy or not, there are a lot of great founders.
Basically believes in the natural
world. He was like more like pantheist or deist.
Of our very existence around us in science. 90% of the scientists that have ever existed throughout humanity have been religious, who have believed that there's more to the universe. For some reason, a lot of atheists out there, and I'm going to finish this up, I'll be more than happy to do more parts if people want, but for some reason, some non-believers have convinced themselves that if you believe in a God, then it's because you don't want to seek out other information or answers.
No.
That if you replace everything with God, then this must mean that you're not interested in finding out anything about the universe. Well, this is untrue, obviously. Just because a kid may think that they have a mom and dad who put them into existence doesn't mean the kid ain't going to be curious. Doesn't mean the child isn't going to want to understand why the parents think the way it does or why the parents did this or that. All children, whenever they look up to their mothers and fathers with adherence and almost worship-like values, we want to learn about the world that our parents live in. We want to learn about the world we live in. I think that believing in a God actually motivates me and inspires me to have hope. The hope and motivation to explore the universe and explore life, to find answers. See, I believe that God encourages us to use the very brain and the mind that we use. I also believe that God invented the very logic and rationality that scientists use on their day-to-day basis. I also believe...
Okay, now you're making claims. So you do think that God made us and created us and made all these rules?
In the words of the great R.N. Ra, I don't care what you... Don't tell me what you believe. What matters is why you believe it. Why do you believe these things?
Indeed.
I get it that you like those ideas and you find utility in them and okay, but that doesn't mean they're true. You're just asserting something because you like it, because you think it motivates you or you think it makes you a better person. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's true.
That God gave people the wisdom and the insight to be able to create the medical field, the hospitals, where we are healed and we are fixed and all these different things. I believe that God is the original source of all things, but I am also just as enthralled with the adventure of life.
God who intelligently designed cancer, who came down to earth and didn't bother to tell us about germs, and humans were left in the dark about the entire medical field for a long time. We had to figure that shit out on our own. God who designed these bacteria and these deadly pathogens to wreak death, destruction, suffering, and pain. It came up with all these diseases and parasites that have killed and maimed humans for how long? And he didn't give us the answers to any of that. We had to figure that out on our own. So, okay, thanks, God. well, you still have to give thanks to God because He gave man the brains to figure that out with. That's kind of like the thank God when God does something really nice, we thank Him. When He does something bad, oh, He works in mysterious ways. If I've got 3 kids and 2 of them die, well, I'll just be thankful to God He didn't take all of them, right? It's like, no, if there's a God, He didn't have to take any of them. He didn't have to take any of your kids. He could have done without it. But that's like this bitch mentality where these believers, they're so like cucked by their God. Like they think that no matter what He does, I just have to keep praising Him. I just keep loving Him and praising Him. And then when I get to heaven, He'll reward me. And He'll be like, well done, good and faithful servant. I did all this fucked up shit to you, and you just kept on loving me. Like a spouse whose partner goes out and cheats on him all the time. Always take him back, just whatever. I mean,
what's up, squadron leader?
Of actually learning how things are done, how God does what He does. But a lot of atheists, for some reason, you got this idea that if you believe in God, then that's where the buck stops.
Yeah, no,
I don't believe that God put me here just to sit on my ass like a chicken on an egg, just so I can be dumb and walk around and say stupid shit all day.
You purposes?
I believe that God put us all here for a reason and purpose. I literally believe, Amy, that you and your ilk and everybody out there, there is some purpose and reason.
Drum roll.
Something beyond the meat, something beyond the physical.
What is that?
I really do believe that. And if you are waking up in the morning and looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, this is all there is, I'm just going to die one day and that's going to be fucking it, then I feel sorry for you, Amy, and I feel sorry for your friends.
Why?
I feel sorry that with the very little time that you have in the universe, and you do have little time, Amy, your existence compared to the very fabrics of space and time is literally nothing more than a candle in the wind. You are dust.
Cat out of the bag.
But it's just here for a moment. And what do you do with that?
He was saying before, I don't necessarily like the idea that there's a God. It's not that I want it to be a God, and it's just I'm forced to take this position. Because you see what he said right there, Amy? You've got very little time in this universe because he thinks he's living forever, but you're going to be annihilated. That's really where it is. It's fear of death. It always comes back to that. He's made a deal with the devil. He's going to accept all this bullshit. He's going to just keep worshiping this God as long as he gets to live forever.
That's right. Gets to have his imaginary BFF who he gets to eternally love forever and ever. Though I don't get how they're aliens now. I'm lost in his own theology. I feel like sometimes I know less about his theology the longer I go into this video.
Yeah, he's lost on it.
Moment. What do you do with that time, that very precious time, something you can't buy back no matter how wealthy you are? You rail against something that you don't believe is actually real.
Yeah.
You rail against God.
Yeah, that's
every single one of your videos.
Well,
you and your buddy laugh about the idea.
That is the shtick.
Let me tell you, and this is what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, and he was talking to Larry King, and he was asking him. He asked Larry King, if you could live forever, would you want to? And then Larry King's like, yes, absolutely. And Neil deGrasse Tyson said, the fact that I know I'm going to die one day and I won't be around, that's what motivates me to get up out of bed and go get stuff done. Because I know my time is limited. I have a limited amount of time to do what I can do, and then it's over. If you just go live forever, why even do anything? Why get out of bed? You have forever to do it. No sense of urgency. Just you've got an eternity to do whatever needs to be done. Why the fuck do anything? And that's the difference, is that we realize we have a finite amount of time. We're not buying into this delusion that we get to live forever.
Speaking of which, we're coming into the end of the movie.
There we go.
The response. This podcast, this show, sending love as we respond back to Brett Keane. Atheists do not believe in nothing, or that we come from nothing. Sometimes our bank accounts, that may be the only representative. But beyond that, I would like to see evidence of a nothing.
Of religious people claiming that atheism is a religion. Are you aware that Satanism is a religion? You do realize it, right? You do realize that many forms of Buddhism requires no God to it.
Yeah.
It's a philosophy. It's an idea. It's something that a community follows.
Okay?
Atheism changes your entire worldview and how you live your life.
Negative.
When you say that
Negative.
there's no God, then you're going to live in reality as if there is no
We,
God.
Negative.
Like, get rid of the baggage when we don't believe in a God.
We all live in
You're
a
not going
reality
to
with no God.
go along with the morality or the philosophy of what is. Because once you start doing that, then you have to open your mind to even more and more and more things. And let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, most people don't want to do that. Again,
No.
atheism is a religion. The court said
No.
so. And I heard your host last night, Amy. Your host said, I don't give a shit what the courts say. I don't give a shit what
I don't
this or
give a
that
shit
says."
what the courts say.
Basically,
Let me say
he
it
said
again. Let me say it again, Brett. I don't give a shit what the court says. You hear that?
Oh my God.
You hear that? Do courts get things wrong, Amy?
Oh,
Dred
they do
Scott
all the
versus
time.
Sanford, plus where they said a black person can never be a citizen, no matter what. Doesn't say that in the Constitution, does it? Doesn't say that anywhere. They just read it into it. Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal, was never equal, but whatever. That was bullshit too. Courts get things wrong, Brett. Korematsu, where the court held that we could imprison Japanese Americans just for being Japanese Americans in a war.
Indeed.
Nobody believes that was right anymore either. Courts get things wrong, Brett. It's a mechanism that we use to determine questions, but it's not infallible. It is not perfect. And if a court somewhere says that up is down and down is up, that does not make it reality.
He doesn't even play to that. It is the dumbest thing, because if that were true, he would be doing pro-evolution and Big Bang, since those won in court. And so, because the creationists have tried their damnedest to get in, and they cannot. But it's a stupid standard. None of us think
courts
that
make mistakes. They're not infallible. They're humans.
They're literally arbitrary. Those are the laws that we make up. Like
Right.
Those are the things we do pull from our butt.
Yeah.
Some of them are good, but
Because some of it's ambiguous. There's things that aren't clear, so they have to kind of just wing it.
I'm actually a fan of secular judges who actually have to put in the time and effort. And
I'm more of a fan. I'm a fan of democracy.
Well, yes, that's what I guess. Yes, more a fan of actually getting fair justice.
But there should be neutral. Neutral.
That's just what I mean.
System. Yeah. No,
yes.
You're right.
The court said Ken Hovind is a tax fraud and a woman beater, but people like Brett still support him, and hopefully he doesn't. Well, he's finally turned away from Ken, and you know what I think? For now, what did it is that the YouTube subscribers is that we both. It was the one moment that Brett and I recently had a common ally, is that we realized that Ken Hovind buys subscribers, and
he conducts illegal experiments with his wife.
Oh, and he conducts. Yes, he is a gravity scientist.
He basically money laundered. He structured his transactions to hide his money.
Exactly the same way.
Yeah,
like the dude. It's in his DNA. He can't help himself. The same way that he structured
all
his
those
tax
bank withdrawals.
Yes, all that shit is the exact same way that he did it with subscribers, and he got caught, because they always get caught, because the nerds are way better at it than you.
I think somebody had to sell him out. Somebody had to take the invoice from the site where he bought them, and because there was no big jump. He was buying them in small increments, so you could never.
Well, he wasn't exactly like a super spy. Hey, Bobby, I think we're gonna have to buy another round of subs. Yeah, they're telling me it's like
$2,000 to get all the subscribers back.
But damn, James, what was the minor things that gave him away? It was just he was basically
his views and his
James.
likes.
Yeah. But yes, we're going into the end game. I eventually have to pass out. I am gonna be.
Let's go.
Woo, having fun.
up there like he was God, stating, if I don't like something and if something doesn't sound right to me, then I'm just going to say it's fucking wrong. Well, that's not how reality works, ladies and gentlemen. When the court system says that they have a law out that says you got to stop at a fucking stop sign, you either stop or you keep going, and then you deal with the consequences of that. If you
wait.
What does that mean? Like, you either stop or you keep going.
There is no law that has been passed that says atheism is a religion. That is a court interpretation of it. I'm not. Brett.
Yes, we do stop at stop signs. That doesn't mean that atheism
what you're
is
talking
a religion.
about. You talk about thought crime. Like, no, the court says it's a religion, so you have to think it's a religion, or that's illegal. Like, no, the courts can't control what you fucking think. Yet, yes, I think they're wrong. There's different kinds of judicial decisions. They're not interpreting a law. That's if they're defining religion. That's a matter of statutory interpretation. Probably for something that's completely unrelated.
But Squadron Leader, what happens if it's the wrong God that you cry out to, and then you're going to join us in hell? Dun, dun, dun. Or even worse, what happens if God only accepts in atheists? Dun, dun.
But you know what's funny? Because he still got to, without invoking God, why we would want to stop at a stop sign, because there's a law. And I accept that, even though I don't think there's a God, there is still a police officer who will write you a ticket if you don't stop.
This is not why I stop at stop signs. I stop at stop signs because I think that there has been engineers who have set up a system that they're trying to make things safe for people. And so it's not really the law that makes me follow a lot of these guidelines. It's because they are good ways. Because there's times in the middle of the night where I've broken the law, where it's like there's no one there. It's like it is 4 a.m. in the morning, and I just go right through.
Or there's stupid stop signs where there's a stop sign where there's no real reason for one. Or do you ever drive through a city where the speed limit is inordinately slow, like it just drops down to like 20 miles an hour?
If I ever went the speed limit, I would be very impressed. If you have ever found me going the speed limit,
where you're on a road and it's like 55 or 45 and just inexplicably drops down to like 35 for no reason. Same road, just a different community where they're a speed trap, and you might not like it, but it may be stupid. But they will still give you a ticket for it. And that is a good reason why you would not want to just drive 75 miles an hour down the road, whether you agree with it or not. Change the law.
I don't drive 75 miles down a school zone because I don't want to kill a kid. But, like, it has nothing to do. Like, I understand why the law is, why we have it and stuff and why we should.
You're reminding me of when I was...
like 16 or 17 with my friend, his girlfriend in the car, and he used to drive like a bat out of hell, and they got pulled over in a 35. He was going 77, and he was like, I think he just missed the school zone, and the cops come over like, is there a reason for the speed? Oh, I see a bag of Burger King there. Okay, I understand. Yeah, you gotta get home and eat that Burger King, as he hands us like a $300 ticket.
Yeah. God damn.
Yeah.
But okay, we are coming into the end, and we've been having a lot of fun. It has been. I told you it was a straw man video. I don't feel like I exaggerated. I saw someone else calling that out just a second ago. It really is.
One after another, straw man.
Tell people I don't agree with this, even though you know that is the law. So what? Your subjective opinion based upon what? And let's not forget, it was atheists to begin with who actually made it into a religion because they were looking for the benefits. The same way that some men who think becoming a woman is going to be beneficial to them in some kind of odd, strange way. I don't see how. but it is what it is.
Being
it doesn't matter
ourselves.
if you see how. It doesn't matter if you see
I
how
know.
the doctors, the medical community, and the people themselves feel that it benefits them. And guess what, Brett? That's what freedom is all about.
And
if
Brett,
Amy feels that she wants to live this way and the doctors think it's best for her and that's the treatment they prescribe, if you don't like it, go kick rocks.
this is just the
Doesn't affect
way
you.
that I want to look. I don't think that hard about it anymore, except for like the 5 to 10 minutes of thought process. And that is a lot. Even saying 5 or 10 minutes, that actually sounds like a lot, but that's probably still true. But like, this is just who I want to be. And it doesn't have to be that difficult. You could just go out there and do other things. I like to think that being transgender is the least interesting thing about me. I understand for some people, it's like the rocket. Like, how can we not talk about it? And yet,
Can't
at a
get their mind off
certain
the girl
point,
dick.
I just don't get it. They both criticize us for saying that we can't stop talking about it enough, and they can't stop talking about it.
They
enough.
can't stop talking about it.
Yes. Well, thank you so much.
She's only talking about it with you, Brett, because you're making a lot of videos about it. That's why.
Like
she would talk about
I'll
religion.
show you at the end. Like I'll reshare because I don't want to reshare screen, but just like it's a weird amount. And every time I point it out, he just gets weirdly defensive and says, "Will you make a bunch of God videos?" And it's
Yeah,
like,
no shit. That's our shtick.
That's our shtick. Like
That's
a gaming channel is going to do a lot of gaming things, but like you are now an anti-LGBTQ channel, and I think that you should stop. I think you should
be associated with that. I mean,
the
guy who kicks the LGBT community.
It seems like an odd whataboutism. Like you could be like, I just want to defend the certain amount of detransitioners. The two that have ever.
I transitioned and it didn't work out for me, so therefore nobody should be able to transition.
That is what it seems like. It's also
nobody, because I would have been better if I didn't transition, so therefore everybody should just suffer.
You asked a question yesterday too, Amy, and this has nothing to do with the whole religious concept, but you said, Brett, your channel's becoming more and more about transgenders.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, no, it isn't. I myself do content on the radio. I do content on YouTube and other video sites. If it appears as though YouTube has a little bit more transgenderism, so what? Really, who cares?
If
your entire channel is talking about something that you consider to be fake.
No, that's
Are you
not
saying
what
that your entire channel is about being fake?
Well,
what?
I hope to God, Amy.
Brett, all she was saying is that your channel is focusing a lot on transgender, and you're saying, yeah, I'm focusing a lot on transgender. So, I mean, she's just pointing that out, Brett. Just pointing out reality. Channel's focusing a lot on transgender.
I really will wait, but I will show you. And I know people are getting obsessed. It is crazy. Like it wasn't always like this, but now that we finally have our rights, when things actually could be calm. Things could be calm if they wanted it to be calm. They don't want it to be calm. They want to stir up shit.
They love the culture war. It's always
they do.
That you're not just the common non-believer who's pissed off because something bad happened to you in religion or something wasn't agreeable or your family had some kind of personal issue between what you agreed on, and then you had some personal moments in your life and now you're taking it out on all religious people. I hope you're not one of these atheists who have a chip on your shoulder who isn't really looking at things scientifically. But sometimes I get the idea, Amy, that you don't open podcasts and shows because you're actually interested in having a discussion or getting anywhere at any time. I think sometimes you do it simply to profit.
3 hours to one, Brett.
There's a lot of atheists out there that made a lot of money and became very popular simply for being outspoken about there being no God.
Brett.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
Look,
the group that claims to not be
we have not made a lot of money, and trust me, we are thankful for the support we get. But I mean, we're not rich. I mean, it is nice getting something from doing the channel, but we had to do it for a year and a half we were getting Patreon, and that was just paying the bills to keep the channel up and going.
To keep the lights on.
That wasn't any extra money for us.
And I don't understand. We should be supporting each other. First of all, I am extremely proud, and they hate that word proud. You're proud? You're proud of this, that? Extremely proud of all of the love and the support that we have gotten. And it has enabled us to grow. It has enabled us to do more content. And as we get more love and support, we hopefully, James and myself, make content that shows you that we care about you guys, gals, and everything in between back. But it is just this weird thing. It is like him attacking the media again while on a media channel. It's just a weird...
We are not the biggest channel, but we have a great group of supporters and subscribers and loyal people who watch our content. And
I love you so much, davegar.
We appreciate every one of you that who have been with us this whole time, and for the new subscribers and viewers. And we love you guys. And but that's the thing, Brett. If your channel's not growing, if you're not getting you have to consider the content you're putting out. And
I'm so right. Okay, I'm not crazy, right? To me, like the peak craziness of transgender for me were first of all, Jerry Springer just died. So loved Jerry Springer and his family. I was almost on that show. But that was like the craziest, most era that I can remember. Besides that, it was actually calming down. Things were actually mellowing. I swear to every non-transgender person, please believe me that it's not transgender people that are making you talk more about being transgender right now. Like, it's not what we want. We have been trying to do a campaign of, I hate to say assimilation, but we just want to figure out who we are and then neatly go back into life again. They're trying to make that harder now. And it is coming from a time where I think they need us as a wedge issue. They're like, fuck, the gay marriage thing is done.
That's what happened is people accepted it. People, all the doom and gloom, none of that ever happened. Gay marriage happened. Virtually nobody wants to go back. Nobody cares anymore. It's not really an issue. So they need another issue, and so they picked the trans issue to harp on.
You are not being blocked because I can tell because I can see you.
You're not being blocked, but pay attention to the mods. I
would always suggest, and just every time I unban someone from because I never am the one who bans, but I always get someone. And the first thing they undo the moment I unban them is they scream at all cap locks, your mods suck, they suck big dicks. And I'm like, come on, man. I let you out here because we want more theists out here, and then you pick fights. It reminds me of my day job sometimes. I actually love my day job. It really is amazing.
I mean, he normally gives people a couple different admonitions.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Titan puts up with a lot of shit, and so I just send all the love out to him for everything that he does. But yeah, let's we're in the end zone now.
Religious do not believe in God has made a lot of money off of and profit off of attacking religion.
There's never been a preacher, a rabbi, an imam, a pastor who has made money. That's good. Those fucking
why are you putting content out, Brett? Is it just out of the goodness of your heart? Are you trying to get support? I mean,
he doesn't have a Patreon. Oh wait, yes he does. Oh, he's not trying to sell his books or his merchandise. Oh wait, yes he was.
Let's be honest, Brett. Yeah, I mean, we all would like to make a little extra money off of this. It's not the only reason we do it though, and we're not pandering. We're not going to say anything to, we still are principled.
Speaking of which, have you tried ButcherBox? ButcherBox is a new. No. But yes, we are coming into the
very thing.
The end of nothing, apparently.
Does not exist. It's a big time scam, basically. There's nothing intellectual about it.
Amy,
I hope you're not one of those types. I hope there truly is a good person in your soul and your consciousness.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I
you
believe
don't
in
believe you have a
souls.
soul, do you?
No, I don't. That's right. Ah, he ended it on that.
What was the last thing he said?
It's a big time scam, basically. There's nothing that they claim does not exist, and profit off of
Nothing does not
attacking religion
exist.
and attacking the very thing that they claim does not exist. It's a big time scam, basically. There's nothing
Religion is
intellectual
a big
about it.
time scam.
Amy, I hope
Yeah.
you're not one of those types. I hope there truly is a good person in your soul and your consciousness. Oh, yeah, you don't believe you have a soul, do you?
No,
True.
she doesn't.
True,
Yeah.
true. The first thing he
And
said at the
she
very
doesn't
end of the
believe she
video.
has a soul, but she still is a good person. And she is
Probably one of the most good-hearted, patient people you'll ever come across. So patient with you, Brett. And I try. I'm kind of sometimes being.
You are patient.
I can be an asshole at times, but I try. Okay, but I'm not anywhere near her level of goodwill and
Dun.
and patience. But yeah. And we won't be responding to the other video Amy had told me about
it released right before we kind of went live tonight. Is he released another video because we were just talking smack, and so he eventually made a video.
It's about every 2 to 3 days. She will send me a video. Oh, this is on Brett's channel. I just have to pound my head into the table, just like really. This is what we're doing now.
I really did think that he was going to become an ally. I thought there was pain in his metaphorical heart because the other theists were not accepting him, and that he was struggling with a lot of moral issues that he could not deal with, and so he was slowly but surely leaving his religion. And I thought that when he disappeared, I thought that's kind of what happened, is that he's like, well, fuck religion, and so I'm going to go basket weave or something else. I'm just going to go live life. And then he came back, and he was like, you never loved me. I'm like, Arby's? No, Brett. Right. Okay, Brett, welcome back. You disappeared. You said you went for cigarettes. And then he got into this Ken Hoven fetish club where they all hung around him and started doing things on there. I don't know what happened until he got into, apparently it wasn't young earth creationism. Apparently he found his way out of that, but he still uses all the talking points only work for young earth creationism and people who don't believe in evolution or the Big Bang or all these things. So I don't know.
I think
I still don't know what the fuck he believes.
My first interaction with him, I've told this story before. He used to come on the Smokey Saint channel, and there was a time when Smokey was like looking for debates for him, looking like, oh, Brett wants a debate, and it was about like 2 weeks later, Brett did a video on his channel that said atheists are mentally defective. And I said, okay, you want to debate that? You want to have a debate? Are atheists mentally defective? And at first he was like, well, maybe, but it's got to be on Discord or not on MDD. And he was just hemming and hawing all this bullshit. And then conditions. And then it came down to, oh, well, if we're going to debate, then you have to tell me how a universe can come from nothing. It's like, okay, Brett.
There we go. There's the nothing word.
Yeah, you don't want to debate. You're disingenuous. Nobody can tell you. You're asking me things that nobody can tell you. Nobody has the answer to that. You just don't want to defend your position in a debate format. And okay.
And all right, I think what we're gonna do, I have an actual outro, and so I'm gonna give out my favorite thing early, and then I'm gonna do an outro, and then I'll let James say whatever he wants, and then we're gonna get out of here. So, if you are a channel member, if you are a Patreon, we just want to give you ways of being able to host the show. And so you can come on and talk to us on Talk Skeptic to Me, Talk Skeptic to Us. These two hosts will just listen to you because you have expertise or knowledge. And if you would like to host your own podcast, right down there on Fiverr, and I will help you run your own podcast. And we can figure out what of one of three subjects. I always like to narrow it down. That's the first thing to do. But before we do like the final shillings and the blah, 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 blah,
subjects: girl deck, and girl deck.
Three, hopefully. And all right, with that, I am going to do atheists believe we come from nothing? No. In fact, you'll rarely hear atheists use the word nothing, unless maybe we're joking colloquially about our bank accounts. Theists, though, especially of the creationist variety, love the word nothing. They use it all the time when they tell atheists that we believe we come from nothing. And what is their evidence for this nothing? A total misunderstanding of the Big Bang. Come on, guys. Remember when nothing exploded into everything? The common creationists squeal. No, I don't. I remember that within the Big Bang model of cosmology, everything was in a single point. Again, everything, not nothing. Seems like the opposite of a nothing, if you ask me. Yes, everything was in a single spot. Similar to what we see under black hole models. And then an expansion event happened, allowing for space, which allows for time, since every moment in time has a corresponding space. And every moment in time, well, the same could be said for a misunderstanding of evolution. The populations of genes over time, from mutations and then pressures like the environment, cause a process of natural selection where we get the diversity of life. Well, how about atheists think we come from rocks? So the attempt of an insult goes. A rock, of course, being a solid mineral material, forming the part of the surface of the earth. Carbon being the main element that we are made of, along with liquid water. A feat possible because of us being within our star's circumstellar habitable zone. Though so is Mars. And it may have had life back in the day, which means abiogenesis, or the process by which life came from non-living material, could have happened many times. But it did happen at least once. And we have a great fossil record of simple to complex organisms forming in our geological column, some of which look like fish, even though A modern fish has billions of years more evolution under the hood, some of which looked hairier. They were other types of ape, and if you only go slightly further back, they look like monkeys. Even though modern monkeys still have millions of years more evolution under their hood. Both have our common ancestry, not to mention the entire field of genetics, which understands heredity and how we mix genes to form new humans. In fact, sex is how multicellular plants and animals create new offspring. But you know what? Fungi don't have sexes. They have mating types, which is a precursor to modern sex, which is similar to a function bacteria have. We know all this, including how mitochondria and chloroplast have their own DNA, along with our main strand, giving rise to the revolution of multicellular life. So do atheists believe we come from nothing? No. We understand why the cosmic microwave background radiation is an early imprint, giving us a photo timestamp of what the early universe was like. And Hubble's law shows us through the redshift that everything beyond Andromeda is moving away from us. This is what we call evidence. Faith, meanwhile, is what people give when they have, what's the word? Nothing.
Evidence. Pronounce that. Evidence. Maybe it'll sink in.
Maybe. But James, we got a personal love letter tonight. We were asked, among many other questions, about rocks. Do atheists believe we come from nothing? What are your final thoughts?
Thanks everybody for watching the video. Again, I'm still pretty under the weather, although I'm a little bit better than yesterday. But hopefully I'll be even a little bit better tomorrow. But anyway, this episode, and so thanks for that video, Brett. And like I said, I really don't like to be mean. I really don't like to be an asshole. It really doesn't give me any joy to insult other people. It's not what I really like to do. And but we've taken your arguments several times and tried to break them down for you, tried to explain them to you the simplest way possible. And it just seems like you're not getting it. You just reassert the same points over and over again. And they're just fundamentally wrong. They're just fundamental misunderstandings, misapplications. They're just not true. It's not sound reasoning, not sound logic. And, you know, Brett, it's about also, for me, it's about personal respect. And so you call Amy, you say that Amy Newman is your friend, okay? And then you begin your last video by saying that she is a man dressing as a woman. You insult her. You have no respect for her. She's been nothing but kind to you, Brett. Nothing but kind. She goes out of her way to be nice to you. And you went out of your way in that video just to insult her, just to say something hurtful and stupid about something you apparently don't understand, Brett. And you know what? I don't understand it either, Brett. I'm not trans. I don't understand what it's like to be that. I don't understand what it's like to have a discontinuity with my biological sex and my gender. I don't understand that, okay? It doesn't compute with me because I'm not transgender. But all you need to do is have a little bit of empathy and understand that they are going through something and they are experiencing something
that is a little bit different than what you and I are experiencing, and treat them the way you would want to be treated, with respect and dignity, and not go out of your way to insult people. And if you would do that, maybe I would, if you would treat Amy with respect and everything, maybe I would be a little bit more respectful to you. Like I said, I don't like being rude, disrespectful. I don't like being an asshole, but yeah, you're just going out of your way to be mean, and on top of putting out all these videos, just constantly spamming anti-trans videos over and over again about something, again, you just fundamentally don't understand, and something that really doesn't affect you. We used to be theists. We used to believe in God, okay? So it's a part of our existence that we no longer believe. How Amy or anybody else expresses their gender, their sexuality, really has nothing to do with you. Doesn't affect you in any way. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you. So there's no reason for you to be so upset about it, up in arms about it, or to. It's no reason to hate or look down on anybody else. So yeah, you're coming way out of left field with this anti-trans LGBT hate thing, and you fundamentally, you just don't get what us as atheists believe. You say you used to be an atheist, but you don't seem to really understand what we actually believe. So maybe you were an atheist for the wrong reasons. Maybe you never understood it. Maybe you just never thought about where anything came from. I don't know. I've only been aware of you for about 2 years now, so I don't know. I haven't followed your history before that. But yeah, what you believe, your straw man, is not what we believe. It's a caricature. It's a bastardization of what we believe, and we tell you actually what we do believe. You don't like it. I know you don't like it, but it is what we believe. Atheism is not a religion. You can try to make it a religion all you want. You can try to define it as a religion. It's not a religion. It's not a religion the same way that abstinence is not a sex position. It's just that non-smoking is a habit. No, we're non-smoke. We don't participate in the religion thing. We don't use faith. We don't have absolute knowledge. We try to make our use what knowledge we have to make the best guesses we can on certain things, but we don't call that faith. We're not just shooting from the hip, conjuring things up out of nowhere. If we don't know something, we say we don't know. Origin of the universe, we don't know. Where it came from, why, what, how, don't know. Okay, but that ignorance, that lack of knowledge is not a license to invoke delusion and fantasy. It's not. And if you're using that as an excuse to it, again, you're free to do that. You're welcome to. We're not going to call it logical or rational. It's irrational. You still have to demonstrate a God. You can't just say, well, you don't have an explanation for this, therefore God. And it's so strange, because anytime we actually, they always do it so deistically, so vaguely, because anytime we're introduced to these proposed gods, they all suck. They're all terrible. They're all full of contradictions. None of them make sense. Full of absurdities, riddled with stupidity. All religions are that way. Every single one of them. And so we don't play your game. We abstain. We're sitting out. We're letting you guys duke it out. And yeah. So hopefully you take this video. Hopefully you'll learn a little bit more about what we believe, and hopefully you can be a little bit more respectful of Amy. She's always been nice to you. If you want to be mean to me, I don't care, because okay, whatever. But she's always been nice to you. I haven't always been so nice to you, whatever. But she's always bent over backwards to be nice to you, so there's no reason to lash out at her. And the other transgender people and LGBT community. They're not doing anything to you. Leave them alone. Just let them live their life. You don't want to participate. You don't want to be, okay, don't. No one's forcing you. Just get over it. They exist. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. You're going to have to just deal with it. Okay? And the sooner you make peace with that, the sooner you can move on with your life and just be happy with yourself. Don't spend your entire life being pissed about how other people live their lives. Thank you. Bye.
Amen. Thank you so very much, James. And all right, with that, I think we are going to be coming back for lots more fun, but that is going to conclude this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Do atheists believe where we came from nothing? So much lovely misfits out there, where we responded to the claims from Brett Keane that atheists believe we come from nothing, among other claims like we have faith for the Big Bang and evolution for a good time from nothing. Though I do want to thank my co-host James W. as well as all the lovely people in chat. I'll do the Shilly McShillerson. You lovely, all of our mods, our fantastic mods out there, who have many fans. Mwah. And lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget. Please don't forget to like, because it tells the YouTube algorithm, hey, this is pretty good content. Stephanie. Follow on Twitch. We're growing on Twitch. Hopefully we'll release some game content, though it's going to always have Skeptic Ben. We stick with our shtick here. As well as subscribe on YouTube. The Skeptic and Ranting community is growing. Woohoo! Then hit that bell icon to all, because that's how you actually get premieres or live streams in your actual feed. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? James, why do all these gays have such a gay voice?
I don't know. It's so cute, though.
I know. James, if they would stop bending over, I wouldn't stop looking
smacking
at their tight asses. I know exactly. Yeah. Boom, boom.
I can't help it. They're putting it right there.
Putting it right there. You can also leave a super thanks, which is like a super chat, but after the stream is done.
Guys, I dropped the soap again. I'm bending over to get it. Nobody come over. Oh, oops, I dropped it again. Clumsy me.
James, that soap is so slippery. That's why you got to hold on with both hands. After the show, the Skeptic of Ranting Discord server opens up for the after show, the link of which is in the description below, though I have to pass out, I will be honest, along with our fantastic channel members. Though the best way to help us make even more content and unlock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon. Oh, I also say sending love out to our the channel members and Twitch subscribers, as well as the Patreons, that if you are also on the girl deck, 2 out of 3, we have listed you below. But the best way to support us is by going to the Patreon and becoming one. We're almost at 200. Yeah.
That's right.
It is true, Titan. By going at patreon.com/ABNewman. I am AB Newman. We will see you all in the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, y'all.